Hello, welcome back to DevSecCon 24. Hi, Developer Steve. Welcome.
Hi Sam, how you going?
Yeah, really good, thank you. I'm so glad to have you a part of the APJ region. How's everything there down under?
So amazing to be here. I should have switched my scene around so that I could be in the Southern Hemisphere, but no, I am in the Southern Hemisphere. Really great to be here, and yeah, looking forward to an amazing show for the region.
Yeah, did you manage to catch, I know it'll be really early for you, but did you manage to catch any of the Americas, or was that a little bit too early?
No, a little bit too early, but I'm looking forward to the show today for sure.
Amazing. So what are you most looking forward to in terms of the sessions coming up?
Definitely learning more about securing infrastructure. I think that's like super important for all different business sizes. In particular, just even building for scale and security, which is one of my favorites. What's been your favorite sessions so far?
Oh, I got this question on the last host with Simon, and it was so hard to choose. So many really, really good sessions. I definitely say I really enjoyed our keynote panel around security and things like that. And I'm really looking to the follow-on session today during the APJ region on security champions. I think it's going to be a really good follow-on, so that'll be great.
Nice. One I am looking forward to is the CI/CD session later this afternoon. I've actually been doing some work in that recently, so yeah, looking forward to learning some new stuff on that one.
Awesome. Well, shall we show everyone how to utilize the platform if they're joining us for the first time? So for those of you who haven't been around for Americas and seen my face and obviously now seen Developer Steve's, I'm actually going to pull up my screen here. And hopefully you won't be seeing the screen. You'll be in obviously the live channel of seeing ours, but just to give you a little bit of the lay of the land. If you haven't noticed already, but if you can head over to the agendas channel over here, you'll see what's coming up, but whatever is live at the moment will show on the top of the screen. You can either stay in the APJ live session or you can go in and out of the agenda as and when it goes live. Other things to note is obviously our sponsors. Our sponsors have sponsored today's session, and all the money will be going to charity that are helping with inclusivity within technology. So please go check them out. We've obviously got Sneak, who powers DevSecCon, but BridgeQ, Stackhawk, Iris Risk, Teleport, Contrast Security, SysDig, Trend Micro, CloudBees, CircleCI, We Hack Purple, Launch Darkly have all given up their time and their resources to help us make today possible. So that's kind of how you utilize the platform. Developer Steve, what else should we let our attendees know about today? What else are the fun things happening? I think there's a track going on for some little humans at the moment.
Oh, there is DSC for kids. Oh, I need another coffee. Hopefully, where you are in region, you're getting some more coffee. Grab some Kopi even if you're in Singapore. I love Kopi. But yes, DSC for kids is in that track. And yeah, basically, if you've got little ones at home with you at the moment, because we know that a lot of you do, it's a great channel to help keep them entertained with some great entertainers.
Oh, I just spotted our other co-host has joined, so I'm going to bring him up on stage. Hopefully he's ready to come on. Ashish, welcome to DevSecCon 24.
Good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me.
No,
I hope you guys can hear me.
We can hear you perfectly.
Perfect.
Ashish, I've obviously put Develop Steve on the hot seat already, but I'd love to know, what are you most looking forward to over the next 5 hours of awesome content?
I'm actually looking forward to all of the talks, to be honest, because I think when we went through the exercise, I was actually talking to, or at least looking at those talks, I was really curious about how interesting is it that so many people are interested in presenting a topic which is DevSecOps, which you would have thought like 4 years, surely we have run out of topics, but there's definitely a lot of interesting topics. So I'm looking forward to listening to what people have discovered over the years. And yeah, maybe having some banter here and there as well with some of the people.
I completely agree. I think that's what we've got time for before we hit our first session. But before we get started, I just want to remind everyone that if you want to ask questions or engage with our speakers today, please head over to the Slack community. You can find the link on DevSecCon.com. But yeah, before we head into our first session, just a quick word from our founder, Guy Pajani, about the community, and then we'll get going. But thank you so much, and we'll see you all again soon.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to DevSecCon. If you're just joining us now from kind of the world of APJ, of Asia Pacific, Japan, or if you're continuing the journey from the start of it in the Americas, either way, welcome, and I hope you have been and will continue to enjoy DevSecCon here. I am Guy Pojarny. I am the founder and president of Sneak, which, if you don't know, we run DevSecCon, and we really run it as a platform for collaboration and for giving a stage to all of you great people, great community members, thought leaders, practitioners, to share your learnings about modernizing security. How do we move security forward? How do we adapt security to this modern world of DevOps? To me, this DevSecCon platform for us is super, super exciting because it gives us an opportunity to help everybody collaborate. It really is a core pillar of modernizing our practices. And as a security industry, we haven't been that awesome in it. As a security industry, collaboration and kind of getting up on stage and telling people how you do security has been a scary proposition. It still is for many people. And so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to give all of you bright people who have all these sharp perspectives about modern security and how to apply it, give you a stage, make it easier for you to do the hard thing, which is to actually distill your learnings and get up on stage and share them with the world so that we can all be better, so we can all build more secure software in a way that is fast, that is agile, that is adapted to this modern DevOps and cloud surrounding. And so we have amazing, amazing speakers ahead. We already had some great ones just before, so you can definitely check out the recordings of those if you missed them. We are really excited to be investing in this APJ region. There's such amazing community growing in Asia around security, a lot of great innovations, great forward thinking, some great podcasts, a lot of learning materials that are growing in this world. And we're happy to do our part here at Sneak and at DevSecCon to, again, kind of give you a local stage. So we have some amazing speakers, primarily from the APJ region, coming up and sharing some of these learnings. I hope you enjoy all of those talks. And if those talks inspire you, I hope you take some of those back home, back to your workplace, back to your practice, and you get better. And if you like them, if you think others should know about them as well, do share, do post about the talk, tweet them out. And even better, if it inspires you to share your own learnings and come up on stage and maybe share some other insights with future DevSecCon attendants, please do. We'd love to hear from you as well. So that's it for me. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to today's talk about implementing policy as code through Open Policy Agent. My name is Maruda Maran Gunashekaran. I work as a principal consultant at Practical DevSecOps, a HISMA company. And here's a little bit of slide about me. I used to be doing development, IT, work with a lot of IT folks. I've been an agile coach, worked with compliance, and for the past 5 years, actively digging through anything under the sun that is called DevSecOps. Well, there's some courses that I've authored at Pluralsight. I'm passionate about teaching and training people besides consulting. And one of the things that I'm also proud of is creating the OWASP ZAP.NET API project. And there's plenty of other certifications that I've gained as well from security, agile consulting, and so on. I'm a kind of person that wants to see things first before I get into anything theoretical. So what I'd like to do today is start with a demonstration first about policy as code through Open Policy Agent. Now, when I had to learn this technology, policy as code, through Open Policy Agent, I scoured the internet through plenty of conference videos, and there's great talks about how to implement policy as code and APIs and Kubernetes and other things and whatnot, but I couldn't really find that information about the essential nuts and bolts that are required to actually implement policy as code in your own application. So this is my learning experience during the work that I did on Open Policy Agent, and that's something that I'm glad to share with you guys today. So we have a front-end application that is built in Python Flask. It's a car management application, a really simple application that facilitates its identity through Azure as an identity provider. And what happens is this front end also has this backend, which is basically APIs. And these backend APIs is where we're going to discuss policy as code today. And notice that the backend APIs are actually live together with policy as code. So policy as code, as its deployment principle, considers itself to be as a part of the backend APIs itself. Now, we're going to see this demonstration as a backend API, and the reason for that is if you know HTTP, anything basics about the web applications, APIs, and HTTP, then that's all is required for you to understand the purpose and the existence of policy as code through Open Policy Agent. And when we understand the very basics, then we can switch gears and go to other advanced topics such as Kubernetes, Istio, service mesh, and whatnot. So that's the demonstration. What I'm going to do is quickly jump back to my browser. This is our practical DevSecOps labs, and I've already gone ahead and set up all of these web applications. The only thing that I'm left to run is to run the Open Policy Agent with a policy called API odc.rego on HTTP port 8000. So when I hit enter, Open Policy Agent runs fine. And this is the sample front-end car management application. When I hit sign in, I'm going to be taken to Azure AD. And there's two major type of users in this application. Misbah is a regular user with a role called everyone. They're just everyone, any user that has account on their system. And Imran is a privileged user with car administrator privileges. Now, Imran is able to add cars into the system, but because Misbah is a regular user, she's not able to add cars into the system. She can just view the list of cars and perform a few other operations. When I hit sign in, I'm going to be taken back to the application with an authentication token that consists of an access token for authorization and an ID token for authentication coming directly from Azure AD. Now, what Ms. Bastian can do, she can get cars. So let's see if she's able to get cars. Well, she's able to get cars. When I hit that invoke button, we fired a call to the backend APIs, and the backend APIs checked with Open Policy Agent to see whether Misbah can actually get cars or not. Now, she's able to get cars. Is she able to put cars? Let's verify that. And the sample data to add cars looks similar to this with a car ID. Now, if I perform this operation, since Misbah is a regular user, she will not be able to get cars. Sorry about the typo there. That's the right URL, put cars. So Misbah gets a 403 forbidden error message because she's not a car administrator and she's not able to put cars. Now, imagine this is your organization's policy, and the application, car management application, was sort of in a beta phase till now, and now the application decided to go public. The organization decided to allow every user that has an account on the system to be able to put cars. Now, if you think of that as a policy change, typically that is managed through a compliance team or a policy team, written in documents, goes through JIRA tickets, and then somebody writes that policy, puts it as a part of a product backlog item, and a developer implements it in multiple places. Here, our application is running in Python, but what I want to demonstrate here is if you have policy as code, I'm going to quit this Open Policy Agent here. I'm not doing anything else. The application is still running fine. Quit Open Policy Agent and explore the policy file that is named authc, API authc. Rego. Now, Rego is a declarative policy language that works together with open policy agents. So that's something that we need to learn if you want to learn policy as code with open policy agent. But I got some tips for you toward the end of the presentation to ease the barriers of entry for you to pick up open policy agent and OPA really quickly. So if we kind of look at what's inside the policy file, API .c, there's a lot of these files. There's a lot of code in these files. Now, this file started with one single line. I took an example from the Rego playground, which we will look at towards the end of the presentation. And then I started building and writing this policy. If I clear this screen and try editing this policy with Nano, remember the policy that I want to change right now is to make everyone able to put cars in the organization. So if I go all the way down until the point where the documentation says, okay, so this is the policy rule that allows everybody to get cars. What I'm going to do is add another rule to this policy called allow. When input, I got to type carefully not to make any typos there. Otherwise, we'd have to spend time troubleshooting this. Input method is equal to put. Remember, when Misbah tried to add cars in the system, she tried to use the put method with a certain API path. So when the input method is put, and if the path of the API in the URL is, let me actually borrow this from bottom right here. If the path of the APIs is cars, comma car ID, and as long as the user is authenticated, which we can decide in this policy file by just putting in the user variable in there, as long as there's an authenticated user and the input method is put and the path is cars.id, then that operation should be allowed for everybody. And with that, what I'm going to do is save that file, exit out of Nano, and then run the open policy agent on its HTTP API, just like we did before. And hopefully everything works fine, okay? No errors on the policy that we edited, so OPA runs fine. If I go back to the application, when I hit invoke again, I'm expecting this call to succeed. And as such, it succeeded. And the key point to take away from all of this is you've had a Python application and a Python API built on all different kinds of technologies, but when an organization policy on the authorization of that application changed, you only had to change the policy that was responsible for changing that, the policy that was responsible for making that authorization decision. So that was the only thing that needed change, and everything else remained the same. The application code did not need it to be changed, and the API code did not need to be changed. The only thing that needed change is the policy file that was responsible for making authorization decisions in this case. With that, a little bit of demonstration. I'm going to switch back to Keynote, go on Power. So there we are. So that's the demonstration that we did. The agenda for today is to look at that demonstration, and hopefully that should tell you why you should consider policy as code. And a little bit of tips in terms of if you are trying to integrate any app with policy as code to an open policy agent, how can you do that? And I'm going to demonstrate that by showing how this Python app and API are plugged together with the policy decision engine. And finally, if you have to write Rego policies, what it takes to write Rego policies, and a lot of resources to get you started. First things first, traditionally policies are written as documents, like we discussed before. Somebody writes them, either operations or information security. Sometimes even the CISO office writes these policies, and then they version those policies, they put it up for the consumption of the entire organization, and then those policies are translated to the engineering teams, operations teams, and that's how policies were traditionally managed. Now, when infrastructure is moving as code, when compliance is moving as code, why not policies in US code. Now, on the left, what you see is a policy as an example. By default, there's an allow is equal to false. Now, this is a firewall rule where we start building security by not allowing everything, and then whitelisting things by allowing what we trust. There's a policy over there on your right, on your left, that says by default, everything is false. And then there's a set of rules in this policy that says, if the method is allowed, and if there's cars with car ID on a path, and if there is a manager, then that policy needs to be allowed. And with this kind of policies written as code, there's advantages that you don't have to duplicate your documentation somewhere. And of course, organizations for compliancy reasons might level some level of documentation, but wherever we need to document role-based access control or anything else that comes as a policy, and that can be documented. And there's also advantages of automation when you're writing these policies. You can unit test these policies repeatedly, very fastly in your CI/CD systems, and then also make sure that they're versioned. And then whenever a policy is changed, you can also run coverage on those policies to see whether your policy during runtime will actually get executed through all the lines of the policy, or only few rules of your policy would get evaluated or not. So those are some advantages of moving your policies in a code fashion. Here's a quote from Torrance Sendel, who's a co-creator of the OPA Open Policy Agent project, that said, we have evolved, our software development procedures have evolved to treat systems like database as a separate entity, messaging as a separate entity, monitoring, logging, orchestration. These are separate entities these days. So now it's time that in that path of evolution, we treated policies as a separate concern as well. And that's a great code to take away. Learn policy as code, because there's a lot of great advantages. Here's again a screen grab from the Open Policy Agent website itself that says this is a fine-grained, flexible, declarative language to manage policies across your entire enterprise or cloud-native stack. Focus on that picture. There's ingress coming in the form of a big ship, battleship, dragon-faced battleship, and there's Kubernetes as a fort. And then inside your organization, there's various different things. There's data, SSH, user interfaces, APIs, web applications, and whatnot. Now, OPA as a single policy decision engine, because it is very generic, because it is fine-grained, because it is declarative, it can work with any given system in your organization with very little prerequisites, which we'll go through in the upcoming slides. But for now, one language and one platform to manage policies across your entire organization or your cloud native stack, well, that looks like a big win. And here's the ecosystem that currently OPA integrates with. Now, there's logos of Kubernetes, Scalar, Claire, SysDig, ASP.NET Core, Spring, web frameworks such as Python, Flask, and so on. What this means is there's samples or constructs available for all of these different technologies as of today, so that OPA can be integrated into these systems as a policy as code technology. Now, if your application stack is not here, well, it doesn't mean OPA cannot be integrated into that stack. Well, there's ways you can integrate pretty much any applications so that you can make policy decisions through code. And the other key important thing is OPA doesn't really care whether it's operating with Kubernetes or Python or SSH. In olden days, when we learned computer science in schools and colleges, we had these three basic things about computers. There's the input and the output. In the middle, we had CPU. Now, if you picture that and extrapolate that to Open Policy Agent, there's an input and there's an output. And in between, there lies the policy decision engine, that is OPA. OPA does not care what the service is, where the input is coming from. OPA does not care who's responding to the output as well. All it does is decides something based on a given policy. Now, that's all OPA requires. And when it doesn't care what the service is, how does all this work together? OPA doesn't care what your service is as long as the input is JSON. OPA works with JSON. That's the only one requirement. You need JSON, and OPA gives out JSON based on the policy that it has just evaluated. Now, with those two things in mind, what we're going to do now is explore the steps that it take to integrate OPA with your application and service. So the first thing that you need to do is create an input for OPA. When we say input, it has to be in a JSON format, so OPA can make decisions on that input. Number two, after you have that input, you have to give that input to OPA. In which way? We have to query OPA. And after you query OPA, OPA is going to respond with a JSON, and you're going to have to consume that JSON and enforce those decisions accordingly. Now, in this example, the decisions that we're playing with are a simple form of allow and deny. Now, OPA can be used in various other things as well. It can return an entire JSON payload as an output. And in this case, it just happens to return allow or deny. And again, I'll say this again. In this particular example, we're playing with this web application, and we're trying to see how policy as code could be integrated into the authorization module of the application, where the authorization is considered as policy here. Now, OPA can be used in other use cases as well. For example, if you have a service engineer who needs assignment to a particular person's personally identifiable information, only in the case where that service engineer is assigned to a ticket that is responsible for the person who raised that ticket. So if a person raised a ticket, the service engineer should only have access to that person's personally identifiable information. And that's a policy, and that can be something that can be achieved with OPA. And there's a lot of case studies out there on the internet, which is available in the reference materials as well, where you can go ahead and explore various other use cases of OPA. This demonstration and everything else that we're seeing today is intended to be very simple to facilitate an understanding of how all of these different nuts and bolts work together. So let's go. With that in mind, what I'm going to do is take you into this code that we saw, the application that we saw, front-end application and the back-end application that we saw, and how that back-end application actually implemented OPA by creating input and by querying OPA, and whether to decide to allow or deny a certain API call. So this is the code from the back-end application, the back-end APIs. And notice that when I say create input, that's the first box that was responsible for creating input. One line of code, split into 4 lines. And what we're doing there is getting the method, the request method from the HTTP stack, which is get or put, and the path, whether it is list cars or whether it is cars/car ID. And then we need 2 things to make this authorization decision. One is the access token to see whether the user MISBA belonged to a car admin role or a supervisor role or an every user role, which in this case happens to be the everyone user. And then fourth, we needed the ID token of the application, so we can look into that ID token, extract that JWT, do verifications on top of it, and then explore the claims on that ID token to get the name of that user and to get the roles that the user belongs to. So those are the 4 things that were required in this case. And if we switch back to querying Open Policy Agent, so that's the second box outlining how to query Open Policy Agent. OPA runs on the URL HTTP localhost 8000 in this case. So all we have to do is call that URL with our input. And then after we queried OPA, we have to process OPA's output. And that's the place where we're processing the output. Now, those are the basic 3 constructs that are needed. The code itself, the function module, if you notice, it's called DevCheckAuthorizations. And that method is annotated with app.beforeRequest. Well, in Python Flask, app.beforeRequest is a method that gets called before a request is actually processed. So this is a nice place to plug in our authorization controls. Let me exit out of Keynote, take you into a debugging session in Visual Studio Code, where the sample application that we saw in one of our staging environments, it's actually the same running in local here. Let me try invoking this. And when I try invoke, it's going to call the backend APIs that are written in Flask. And the backend APIs is what is tightly integrated with OPA. And we're going to see that in action. When I hit invoke, I'm going to be taken into the debugging session in Visual Studio Code. Now notice that this is the same code that you saw on the keynote slide. And because, let me switch back to the browser again. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to get a list of cars. That's all we're trying to do. And going back to Visual Studio Code, and if I continue this debugging session and explore what's inside the input, you're going to see that the method is options and the path is cars. Notice the method is options and there's no value for authorization. There's no value for the access token there. That's because before an actual method gets called in an AJAX fashion, because of same origin policy and cross-origin resource sharing, you have to get over the course options word first. So I'm going to skip that and then break again to a place where we're actually breaking into the actual request. Now, if you look at the input, there's the get method for cars, and there we have the access token, which is a bearer token extracted from the original method, and the ID token again extracted from the original method. And right after that, we're going to query OPA. So that request.post is actually what's going to query OPA. And OPA, after we're querying OPA, we're going to process that request as usual. And in this case, we're converting, because OPA gave back JSON, we're converting that JSON back into something that we can consume in this case, which is true or false. And again, we're logging that. And if the verb is not allowed, if this operation is not allowed, then we're simply going to abort that request. And notice that the input that we sent, which had 4 things, is also printed on the log console here. Let me copy this so we can use that later. And now if we continue this debugging session, go back to our browser, that request is allowed. Now, if we try to put cars with a car ID with some sample data, as long as it's JSON, it's all right. So if I copy this and paste that here, and because we did not change this policy, we only changed it in our lab environment in the beginning, because we didn't change this policy. If I step through this debugging session and verify whether that's a course request or not, okay, that's a course request, and let's allow that. I'll break back on the original request again. So there, we're trying to put cars with car and car ID with an access token and ID token. Is it going to be allowed? Well, by default, it's not allowed. So if we check the response, we get a false there. And hence, because it is false, we're going to abort that request with a 403. Go back to the browser, and request is forbidden. Now, in a neat way, without changing anything in our Python code, as we saw in the demonstration initially, we were able to modify policies and apply changes to an application dynamically without changing a single line of the application code, because the application is coupled with Open Policy Agent as a policy decision-making engine. The only thing that underwent change in this case is the API auth_z.rego policy. And that policy is something that I can show here in my Visual Studio there, API auth_z.policy. So that was the policy that was responsible for making the authorization decisions. And this is the policy that we modified to allow MISBA, the user that had an everyone rule, to be able to put cars. I have this policy already present here in the Rego Playground. What is Rego Playground? Rego Playground is a tool provided by the Open Policy Agent developers themselves to for you to troubleshoot, allow, edit, build, modify policies. Now, this is the policy that was in the file API auth_z.0. Now, if that looks a little bit daunting, this policy didn't look like this on the first attempt. On the first attempt, the policy looked like this. Well, I just picked a sample from all the examples that are available here. And I picked a specific one where I had to decode JOT tokens, because from Azure AD, the access token and the ID token that we're supposed to parse is the JOT format tokens. Now, this is the policy that I took as an example and started modifying this policy, which today has blown up to be a policy, a full-fledged policy that can work for this application. And notice that these are different variables by default. We're allowing it to false, and here we're allowing it to true. Now, I'm not going to go inside the syntax of what it takes to write an open policy agent in Rego, because there's a great course from the creators of Open Policy Agent themselves. It's a free course where you can also learn how to write policies in Open Policy Agent. But the tool itself, this is the input that we gave to the tool earlier. Remember, there were 4 things: the method, path, access token, and an ID token. So those are the 4 things given as an input. And when I hit evaluate, then then Open Playground is going to take this input, supply it to the policy that is presented on the Rego Playground, evaluate, and supply the results here. Now, if we check the value allow, that is false. In this case, it happens to be false. And then, as you can also see, because I wanted this policy to look a little bit modular, first, I'm extracting the value of the ID token claims.name and storing it into a variable user. And that's the variable that we're consuming here. So we have to request. The request is get, and if the path is parsed, and if there's any authenticated user. And how do we know if there's any authenticated user? Well, as long as there's an ID token claim with a value name, and that means there's an authenticated user. And that's the only thing that supplements that claim, saying, okay, we have an authenticated user. And when we have to check whether someone is a manager or not, then that goes a little bit deeper. And remember, the access token also has roles as a part of this claims. We're storing that into a variable. And if I scroll down all the way to the bottom, I have this little helper methods that say, if he's a car admin, hey, as long as the car admin is present on the list of rules that were returned as a part of this job token, then that person is a car admin. And I'm consuming that rule, consuming that variable inside this allowed rule here. That's one way to play with Rego policies. If I switch back to my keynote session, there's plenty other ways to play with open policies as well. We're done with that code demonstration there. Oh, again, the other important thing to remember is OPA is just responsible for making the policy decision. OPA doesn't care whether someone enforces or allows or denies a request. OPA just tells you whether something is allowed or not. OPA just told us whether something is allowed or not in our sample example. And then we had an if statement in our Python code to enforce and abort that policy when that request needed to be denied. So it's the responsible of a service in this case. The service was an API in our demo application. It can be Kubernetes, admission controller, or it can be your Istio service mesh, or it can be your ASP.NET Core application, or whatnot. So OPA just makes that policy decision, and it's the responsible of the backend service to enforce that policy decision. Writing policies in Rego, we just saw the last example there, play.openpolicyagent.org. There's also an add-on available for Visual Studio Code where you can write these policies and develop, debug, and check the code coverage of these policies in Visual Studio Code right itself. And OPA also has a REPL environment, just like we have in Python, Ruby, and other programming languages that can be integrated right into your terminal or Windows console. With that, there's also further reference materials. We have a curated list of awesome policy as code projects. There's blogs, videos, tutorials, things that we use, things that we've collected. And here's that awesome free course from Open Policy Agent themselves on the Academy website. It's free. Check that out. It doesn't tell you everything that we've covered in the session today, but it's a great course to get started, to get a solid understanding of the Rego policy syntax and other things. Now is a great time to ask questions. I hope that session was a little bit informative to you, and I've stayed true to explain the basic nuts and bolts of what it takes to integrate OPA as policy as code technology in your applications and your technology stack. I'm open for any questions that you might have right now.
Hi, welcome to our session at DevSecCon 24. We're here to talk about avoiding infrastructure as code misconfigurations. Everything you'll see in this session is open source by checkmarks. You're welcome to check our code, security policies, and feature requests on GitHub. Of course, you're welcome to join us community as well. Here me, I'm Lior Kaplan, head of open source for checkmarks, and here with me are Ori and Mark. Ori?
Thanks, Leo. So let me introduce myself. My name is Ori Bandit, and I'm the Director of Product Management. And together here with me is also Mark.
Hi, guys. My name is Mark. I'm a Software Development Manager at Checkmarks.
%42%. This is the number that I want you to remember. And what does it mean? It means that probably your infrastructure's code contains at least one misconfiguration. And this is coming from a research that we will talk about later today. But in a research that was done in 2020, almost half of the CloudFormation configuration file had at least one insecure configuration. And today we are going to talk about how you can prevent those misconfiguration as early in the cycle as possible using kicks. So let's start with the basics. Let's try and understand what are cloud native applications. So here you can see the cloud native definition from our friends at Cloud Native Computing Foundation, where they are saying that cloud native technologies empower organizations to build scalable application. The technologies contains containers, service mashup, microservices, immutable infrastructure, and declarative APIs. And if you are stating for an application to be cloud native, it is specifically designed to provide consistent development in an automated way across the different clouds, and in some cases also a combination of the different clouds. So what is the difference of cloud native application compared to traditional applications? Where cloud native system, the application source code that we are so used to scanning up till now is becoming only one building block. It's only one piece of the puzzle, where cloud native applications is saving and managing everything is code. It's obviously still the application source code, but much more. We see container, we see orchestrators, we see network, we see firewall, and as we are going to talk today, also infrastructure as code. And if everything is now code, we can benefit from managing it as code. It means that we can automate it, we can apply GitOps practices, we can have code reviews, we can run different tools and analysis on that, and we can test it and make sure that it is up to the quality that we want. Forrester refers to it as going beyond the traditional definition of code. And in their last Forrester wave that was released last quarter in Q1 of 2021, they defined that when developers, the fact that now developers are using infrastructure as code to define cloud configuration, and once you and your company move to this new type of code, you need to find the right tools to scan those new type of vulnerabilities and in those new type of code, going beyond the traditional definition of code. Now let's talk about what is infrastructure as code. So infrastructure as code is the process of managing and provisioning software through machine readable definition file, rather than doing this work manually or in interactive mode. If we were talking about 5 or 10 years ago, so the development team would finish the development, come to central IT and tell them, listen, I need this infrastructure, I need this database, this application instance, and a couple of weeks later, IT would come back and bring them this infrastructure, and then they would be able to deploy their application. And infrastructure as code allows us to simply automate this entire process, making sure that it's up to date and it can keep up with the speed of DevOps or DevSecOps. Infrastructure as code allows us to speed up, reduce the cost, and eliminate the inconsistency simply because we are using the same recipe or the same configuration over and over to deploy the same infrastructure using the same tool in the same manner. However, as we saw at the beginning, infrastructure as code security is a concern. In a research that was done by Unit 42 from Palo Alto last year in 2020, they tested over 200,000 different infrastructure as code templates, and the findings was very troubling to anyone who cares about application security or infrastructure security whatsoever. As we saw, so the first thing, and you can see here the link to the full research, 48% of the AWS S3 buckets did not have any server-side encryption. 42% of CloudFormation, as we discussed, had at least one insecure configuration, and 55% of the cloud user-defined S3 buckets did not have any logging enabled. And we are going to talk about today, what does it mean? How is this possesses a threat to your application and to your infrastructure, and how you can prevent those upfront. So this is a typical cloud architecture. I'm sure that all of you have seen other more complex, more simpler cloud architecture. Everything is covered in the VPC, the virtual private cloud. We have the gateway, we have some load balancer, we have the WAF, the web application firewall, the application instances, and obviously also the database. And with that, a corresponding or an example of an infrastructure as code file. Here you can see an AWS CloudFormation that deploys simply a sample application on AWS using AWS CloudFormation. Obviously, the web is full of other very useful resources and example, but this is just one example. So this concludes kind of the intro. So we talked about what is cloud native, what is the difference of cloud native application, what is infrastructure as code, why is it a concern, and now let's see how you can solve it and how you can prevent those infrastructure as code security risks. So I will now hand over to Mark. Mark, go ahead.
Okay, so let me introduce KICS, which stands for Keeping Infrastructure as Code Secure, open source engine that we developed in Checkmarx. KICS scans and finds misconfigurations and potential vulnerabilities in infrastructure code. It supports all major cloud providers and infrastructure as code technologies, such as AWS CloudFormation, Ansible, Kubernetes, Terraform, Docker, OpenAPI, and gRPC support is coming soon. We can see here that KICS is finding security misconfigurations by applying security policies across different types. We can see here that it finds things related to access control, availability, insecure defaults, network and firewall, everything that is important to us in order to be confident when we're deploying our applications to cloud providers. It has great coverage and supports more than 1,500 of security policies. We can say that its coverage, the most coverage in the market at the moment. We can see here a simple example of vulnerability that KICS can find. Here we can see the SSH port 22 is left open, leaving the possibility of unauthorized access, port scanning attacks, and remote takeover of our infrastructure. So once we introduced KICS and understood better how it works behind the scenes, let's see some demo. I will share my terminal screen, and I will start the KICS scanning on the sample project, which is called TerraGot, which contains different vulnerabilities. The report is going to be HTML report, and we will take a look how it looks like. So here we can see a short summary of findings spotted by KICS. We can see high severity vulnerabilities, medium ones, and also low informational vulnerabilities as well. So once the results are saved to HTML file, we can actually see how it looks like. So those are KICS results. We can see the summary of vulnerabilities across different severities, and we can see all those examples of things that are important to us to find before we are deploying our infrastructure to cloud. For example, we can see here DB instance, which is accessible to the entire world. We see something related to storage encryption, which could be important to us to make sure that we are encrypting. We can see things related to public access to EC2 instances and many other things that we find with the help of Kix. So once we have this example of running Kix in an ad hoc fashion, let's see how we can integrate it in our CI/CD pipeline. We can go here and see the example of Kix integration into GitLab CI/CD pipeline, in which we basically have two steps. We have the step of running the Kix on our infrastructure, and the second step is basically parsing its result and understanding if we have vulnerabilities that we need to fix before we are applying our infrastructure to the cloud. So we can see here that the job was in a failed state, and it happened because we found high severity vulnerability that we are demanding to fix before we are deploying our infrastructure to the cloud. So this is basic example how Kix could be integrated into our CI/CD tools. And in this one, we saw GitLab integration, which is really intuitive and easy to follow. So let's go back to the presentation. I will share my slides again and give you a recap of what we just saw. So we saw basic integration flow in which we had some changes done by developers on one side, committed to the source control, to Git, to any other source control repository. And from there, the CI/CD pipeline is starting, runs Kix in order to make sure that we don't have any security vulnerabilities and misconfigurations. And once the check is passed, we can safely deploy our infrastructure to the cloud environments. So let's talk about some advantages of Kix. First of all, as we mentioned previously, it has the largest infrastructure as code security policies coverage. It's really easily extensible, and you can add your own queries and policies in an easy way by using Rego language. In addition to presenting the problem, Kix also presents the solution, so we can learn what we need to fix in order to resolve all findings that Kix has found for us. The architecture of Kix is really simple and robust, and you can add more cloud providers and more infrastructure as code technologies in a really easy way. As we said previously, Kix is an open source project. You can find it on GitHub repository. We have really extensive documentation that you can follow in order to get started with Kix. And we can also chat with us on GitHub. If you have any suggestions, any feature requests, you can go ahead and chat with us on there. Here you can see the QR code. Just go ahead, scan it, and you can easily find Kix on GitHub. Please don't forget to start Kix on GitHub. It will really help us to promote it. Thank you very much. That was it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mal. So now, after we've seen Kix live and understood how it can help you, I would like to share with you a couple of more minutes of other resources that you need in order to have Kix up and running. The first thing that you need in order to have it up and running is getting to the website, which is kix.io, that possesses all the information that we just discussed and much more. As you can see which are the supported platforms, what are the attributes that Kix has, and most importantly, the link to our documentation that will help you to get started. I do encourage you to go directly to the installation guide that brings you on the different deployment method, whether it's the Docker, the binaries, or simply forking the source code from GitHub. It also possesses all the list of the queries. So what are the policies, what are we supporting, what is the documentation, what did we base these queries on. You can obviously download it and share it with a colleague or forward it to your manager. And each of our queries come with the documentation, meaning this is the reference on what we base this query or this policy on. Beside that, it also has all the different integration. So whether you want to have it running as a pipeline on your Azure DevOps or your Bitbucket, Jenkins, GitHub, or anything else, everything is there and documented well, so you can have it up and running in a matter of minutes. If you are interested on general Kix things, including the roadmap, the plans, the issues, everything that we have, you can see it here available in a very nice and intuitive way. If you want to start contributing to Kix, we have the guide on how to get started with the contribution. If you are looking to write your own policies and queries, then we also have the guide for that as well. The queries, as said, are written in Rego. You can work with the Rego playground. This is very helpful and very easy. So once you get the hang of how to write the queries, how to write the policies, you can add, you can keep them on your own private repository, or we do encourage you to contribute back and to open the pull request so we can integrate that with the rest of the current policies and queries that we have. Also available is the architecture. So if you are looking to give us a test drive and check what is under the hood, so this is definitely available and all the information that you want in order to understand how Kix works. Beside that, I also want to share with you our repository. So it is, as mentioned, a public repository under the under the main checkmarks account, open. You can see everything, the engine, the queries, the policies, everything is available there. We are releasing a new version every 2 weeks. So always make sure that you have your own latest version. You can see the roadmap here, what we're currently working on, links to the getting started and how to reach us. So whether it's on Gitter or you can send us an email, everything is available. If you find an issue or something that you didn't like, or if you are missing something, then we do encourage you, please open us an issue or a bug or a feature request on GitHub. And we do take the feedback from the community very seriously, and we are very, very responsive. You can also see what the teams is currently working on, what is currently in progress, what is already done, and what we have in the backlog. We are splitting it into the Kix queries, the policies, and also the engine itself, so you can see both of that as well. I also want to show you one example of our queries, the policies themselves. So as mentioned in the advantages, sorry, each query comes with its own example of how to remediate. So beside the metadata of each of the queries, as you can see here, what is the severity, what is the query name, what is the platform, what was this query and policy was based on. It also comes with a test information, both positive and negative examples. So if you will scan the positive example, Kix will find this vulnerability, and if you will scan the negative one, that it will not find, and this is very helpful information to help your developers with some of the remediation. So these are the things that I wanted to share with you: the website, the documentation site, and the actual repository. As Mark mentioned, if you like us, if Kix helps you, please give us a star. It will really help spread the word. If something is not working for you, you don't like it, something is missing, please reach out to us on Gitter. We are more than happy to get any feedback that you have. We already previously implemented a lot of feature requests that came from the community, and we are very responsive to those requests. You can take a look at our recent releases and the changelog, so you can definitely check and see that we are investing a lot of effort in the feedback that is coming. And with that, I'd like to thank you for joining us for this session. It was a pleasure of presenting here in DevSecOps 24. If you have any questions, we're more than happy to answer them now. And thank you very much for listening.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our second keynote panel, this time in the APJ region. And today we're going to be talking about security champions programs, a very popular, trendy topic for people who are looking to really engage with development teams from security teams and really increase that collaboration within their organization. So joining me today, we have Nick from Pearson, we have Yash from Twilio, and we have Marissa from Atlassian. And I'll let you folks introduce yourselves in just a second. But a couple of things just to start off that we're going to be talking about today. We're going to really be talking about security champions from the ground up, and that's going to be why, or first of all, what a security champions program is, why you might want to create one, how a security champions program works, and really what we can get out of it. Finally, we're going to end up with that hard question of what does good look like, and that's always the challenging question. So why don't I go around the room here and ask the folks to introduce themselves and what they do at their various companies. So Yash, you're first on the list here, so why don't we introduce you first?
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Simon. My name is Yash. I am the Senior Manager of Product Security at Twilio. My team basically is responsible for all the SSDLC activities that are performed within the company.
Thank you, Yash. And over to you, Nick.
Hi, I'm Nick Vincent. I'm the head of DevSecOps at Pearson. And my role is the lead of a security engineering team and responsible for all security engineering activities across all of our product teams.
Wonderful. And Marissa.
Hi, everyone. Marissa Fagan here. I am head of the Trust, Culture, and Training team at Atlassian. And my team works directly with our team that and the product security team that really is in charge of the SSDLC as well. And we also are the team that kind of sponsors the Security Champions program.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. And we've got people who have been very involved in Security Champions. And Marissa, you've been involved with Security Champions for a number of different organizations. I'll start my first question with yourself. What is a Security Champions program to start off with? What, for people who have never heard of one, what's the reason? What is a Security Champion, first of all?
So the Security Champions program is really the best win-win example of the relationship between the developer and the security professional. So if there is a product security team or an application security program that is working with developers, this is the way that your developers can really accomplish a lot for security without the security team having to be very have all of that overhead of doing the security program by themselves. So that partnership between the developer team and the security team is going to help accomplish a lot more for both sides.
Mm-hmm. And for those of you who previously watched the first panel, we were talking about rollout of security programs, and Security Champions was briefly mentioned. It's a great way of using existing formal program to be able to roll out those new security programs. So that sounded pretty good to me. Marissa, anyone else got anything to add to that, or was that a pretty succinct description that covered it all?
That was a good description.
It was a good description. It was. So how about the benefits it can provide? So in terms of the goals of the champions, Yash, what do you do at Twilio in terms of what you want to achieve out of the program?
Sure. So on a high level, we have champions on pretty much most of the engineering teams, and we have an engineer on the security team who's their dedicated point of contact. In terms of benefits, I look at it from like both directions, right? Like what do the engineering teams get out of it versus what does security get out of it? From a security perspective, we have a dedicated point of contact on the engineering team who we work with, build relationship with, know their product, so that when they're building a new feature or a service or making modifications, we get to review it in very early stages of their development lifecycle, so we can stop vulnerabilities before they enter code and also influence good design practices.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Any other benefits from others here?
I think we use security champions in a similar way, but our primary use is, is to scale our security engineering function across all of our tech teams by providing that point of contact who we can treat as basically a conduit for training up in security practices, so they can then hopefully organically spread that knowledge throughout their team, so a team can become self-sufficient for their own security. We treat our core security engineering team much as a consulting function within the tech org, with the primary purpose of eventually having all of the developers feeling that security is their responsibility. But we just use the security champions as kind of an efficient means to deliver that.
Mm. Okay, so in terms of the costs, I guess, that are associated, everything has their costs, whether it's monetary or people's time. What are we can see the benefits that we are trying to get out of the program. How much does it cost in terms of time, people, that kind of stuff? Marissa, actually, as someone who's built big programs in larger organizations, I guess from that scaling point, the costs build up, I guess, as the number of these champions grow. So from your point of view, how does that look? Oh, I think you're on mute, Marissa.
Sure. So this is a people problem, and you need people to solve it. So your first real cost is devoted headcount. Having a devoted program manager to run the operations and the care and feeding of the program is really important, as well as having dedicated time from each of your product security engineers to be supportive to the team, to your developers. That is really important and expensive. Having a dedicated amount of time, 10%, 20% of an engineer's time, and then on the developer side, anywhere between 10 and 20% of their time as well, devoted to working through security issues, building security improvements, and that sort of thing. It can feel like an ambitious goal, but in order for the program to have longevity, you really need to be all in and devote a substantial amount of time on both sides. And then as well, there's sort of the incentives of the program that you could consider, and incentives can have monetary budget. There's always a better program with a better budget. Mm-hmm. In our program, we devote a lot of time to the incentives that we're offering, and being sure that you're devoting resources to training is important, as well as in our program, taking a look at how you can provide feedback to maybe the manager of your developer security champion. Providing that feedback is time consuming, but it can really help when that security champion is looking to go for their growth plan, their promotion review, that sort of thing. Having a concrete explanation of how they contributed to the security champions program can really help them out in the long term. And it's really a sign that the company is investing in your security champions.
Mm. Yeah, very interesting. And I'd love to go back to your point in terms of having a dedicated program manager, because I find that very interesting. So obviously Atlassian, huge company, but at what stage, or what growth stage do you feel a dedicated person or dedicated role to be that program manager is needed?
I think when you have it, you'll know. This happens organically about the size of your program. So you first need a person to own this and drive it. And that's probably going to start off as a product security engineer, somebody on that side. But it quickly becomes a logistics issue, and the operations of the program become something that a program manager has a more experienced talent with running. So I think that, you start very small. We'll probably talk to this a little bit more later, but starting a program, you start small, and in your pilot, maybe that's just run with a few teams and a product security engineer. And that after pilot stage, the very next thing I would do is roll it over to a program manager for growth of the program.
Interesting. Okay. Let's talk about the who needs to sponsor it? Who needs to back this in order for it to, I guess, be approved for an official program or for it to be rolled out across an organization? Nick, in your experience, is this something that needs to happen from the top down and from an exec point down, or is this something that can organically grow from the bottoms up?
I think ideally both. I think you want sort of top-down backing and bottom-up backing, but really what's the most important will depend on your organization. If you're a large old bureaucratic organization, having executive buy-in and sponsorship is going to be the most important thing, especially when you're battling against different priorities, which are potentially still in some degree siloed and not completely aligned. So, things like security is not going to, unfortunately, still not going to be the top priority for lots of development managers or program managers. So having that, that executive buy-in at the SVP layer or the C level is going to be key to make sure that security work actually gets prioritized within the projects and within the sprints. But I think equally, if you're a small company or a startup where basically what gets done is going to be driven by the engineers, then you need to have that bottom-up appreciation and importance for security.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so let's say we have whether or not we have this exec buy-in, this let's say we do want to create a security champions program from scratch. Yash, how do we go about setting this up from ground zero? Do we try and roll out quickly? Do we try and look at just one team? How do we start?
I would say you probably would be better off starting off with one organization as a POC in the company. Show the value of it, build small, celebrate smaller wins, and then showcase that effort. And if you can show metrics or data-driven sort of quantification of the program saying, we did the champions POC with these 5 teams, this is what came out of it. That's why this is better for the whole company. And then use that to drive it across the company, because eventually you need to show engineers and engineering leaders the value you get from engineers dedicating time to this program. If you are able to prove with data that a statement saying, please dedicate X% of your engineering resources to a champions program, and this will be the result across the company, I think that makes a solid statement.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel obviously if you start with one group and then slowly, gradually grow over time, do you feel there is a faster expectation from an exec level or a management level about growing this faster, or do you find they're typically sympathetic to the speed at which this can realistically be rolled out?
I think that's pretty much different per company, right? Like if there is exec buy-in and you're talking about something that needs to be rolled out, then that's a very different pace versus the other bottoms-up approach where you're trying to show value and grow it organically. So it varies on what the security philosophy is and what the appetite for security eventually is.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Why don't we jump into the details then about how a security champions program looks and what are the kinds of activities that we can jump into. So, Marissa, why don't we talk about the structure of a group? How have you typically structured groups? You mentioned about having individuals on both sides. How does it look from a structure point of view?
I think that the structure obviously can vary. Every program is different. And so you take the pieces that are going to best suit your culture. So a setup that I've seen in a couple of places is having a process for identifying who your security champions should be and a decision, are you going to make this a requirement at some level for teams to participate or not? The most successful programs I've run have sort of a requirement in there. And as a result of that, your security champions are nominated by a manager from their team. And you're looking in the more mature stages of your program, you're looking for like 100% adoption from all the teams. So you're really needing a way to make the program official so that it can be handed to people, rolled out, the requirements are understood, and there's sort of a list of roles and responsibilities. And then you've got your list of roles and responsibilities. Do not deviate from that list. Don't scope creep and stop by the desk here and there and say, oh, and also there's this program, and could we add this to the list? The element of trust is really important between the security champions and the security team that is sponsoring. So having a very set structure is the most important part. And then from there, you can have either a one-to-one setup, or you can do one-to-many. So in the example where you have a program manager, there's one program manager, and that one program manager would support 1 to a dozen product security engineers, and then those 1 to a dozen product security engineers each themselves support 1 to 5 security champions, and that's sort of a pyramid structure. And I find that has the best leverage to get real relationships built, people that know actual people, and it's not just the security team as a whole, kind of a without a face. So having personal relationships, of course, when you're trying to build a culture program, it's all about people, getting to know people and helping each other. And in my experience, when a security champion is deciding just how much energy and effort they're going to put into a program, it often does come down to a personal connection to the goals and to the program. So those sorts of things can be built and intentionally supported and nurtured.
Very interesting. One point that you mentioned that kind of like I was very interested there early on was the coverage that you've got. Obviously, is probably close to, or if not 100% across Atlassian, right? If it's more people get it's almost like selected by their management organization to be a part of that team, or presumably the manager will ask people if they're interested, and if someone's there that's desperate to be in it, they'll give it to that person. How do you see that working in terms of pros and cons of it being more organic opt-in versus the managers designating this security champion to individuals?
Well, the pro is that you're solving for one of the biggest issues in the security space, which is scale, and you're getting better scale, better coverage of your landscape and code base by actually having somebody on the ground in each coding, each development team. So coverage is kind of, it's the starting goal. It's the reason for the program as far as the security team is concerned. And then on the kind of expensive side, I won't call it a negative, is just the amount of work that is required also expands exponentially. When you're involving more people, you need to create a experience for each of these people. And when you have more types of personas in your group, you have to create more, you have to broaden your experience so that it fits more types of roles. And that can be
how does this absolutely, how does this contrast with Yash, Nick, your programs? Are they similarly built?
I think one of the key requirements for us in terms of the effectiveness of the security champion is if they're already a contributing member of that team. Really important for them to be able to independently now to make changes and push them through the pipelines and get them deployed into production for those products. Where we've had problems is where a team has been kind of identified they need to have a security champion and try to bring in an external or new resource, and then it still takes time to get them familiar up and running with that team. So I think existing contributing members of those teams is the most effective way to do this. Just a quick comment on cost as well. I think it's actually, security champions program, it depends on your company's attitude to security, but if you know it's something which is important you need to do, it's actually a cost saving mechanism, because presumably you started out with a security engineering function that's scaling up hiring security engineers, embedding them in each team is not practical, definitely not cost effective. I think it's also easier to have an effective security champions program if you've already started that start having that existing security engineering function and have done it on a smaller scale by embedding security engineers into teams or liaising between different teams, because you'll already have your engagement model. So you'll have set up what that SSDLC looks like, and that makes it much easier to put into an easy training package to roll out and teach the security champions.
Very similar at Twilio. I'll add on top of both what Marissa and Nick said. The individuals who become champions, it is sort of semi-voluntary plus manager-led as well. A couple of soft requirements that we have is that they should have been a part of the team, to what Nick said, that they should have been somebody who knows how things are deployed, how things are built. The other thing that we ask is the member is not like a very junior member of the team, because if it's a senior or semi-senior member, they know what other members of that engineering team are working on, versus some of the junior teams may not have as much visibility to be able to represent all the work being done by that whole team from a security perspective. So that's the slight change that I would point out that we do here at Twilio. Couple of other things that we do very similarly but a little differently here is we don't have program management support, which agreed is nice to have, but we have been running a program where we don't have that yet. We have security engineers dedicating, or specifically product security engineers dedicating around 40% of their time towards champions. And from these champions, like a lot of reviews sort of stem down, right? Threat models, code reviews, pen tests, and so on and so forth. From the engineering perspective, to Marissa's point, it's very important to document the set of responsibilities that's expected from both the champion and the security engineer who's their point of contact, and then set those expectations to the engineer, to the engineering leadership, saying, this is what we expect of a champion. We estimate that to take 10-15% of the engineer's time, and this is what we get out of that, and to stick to that and not have a scope creep.
And that's why you need the executive support, right? To be able to say, we want 10%, 15%, 20%. Has anyone experienced champions programs where you haven't been able to get that agreed 10, 20% from a developer's time?
We haven't had the exact problem, but we need to keep showing value from the program in order to keep that question from raising up. I don't think you can always keep going like, okay, give us 10% of your time, but we'll never quantify or show what's happening to it. So in terms of metrics, number of threat models that come up, code reviews, like if you can quantify what activities are being performed and what that eventually leads to. As an example, you could say we did a champions program with 2 orgs or 2 business units that led to X% higher threat model findings compared to the other organizations in which we had more pen tester bug bounty submissions, and sort of correlate those and say we're finding issues faster and before in the SDLC cycle versus later after release. And the difference is one has a beefed up champions program and the other doesn't. I think that's how you get that buy-in.
So now let's talk a little bit about the activities that actually occur in a champions program, or at least between the champions and their equivalents, coaches or mavens, or I don't know, trainers, or however we choose to call them on the security side. There are going to be regular activities that have a cadence, and there are going to be activities that just generally happen. Marissa, what in Atlassian, what are the types of activities that are structured versus other activities that you've seen happen as a result of just having a champions program there?
So having the security champions take on more of the security team's responsibilities. Anytime that you can add one of those practices to the security champions set because it's matured in a way that it is documented and understandable, then anyone that is close to the code could run those operations. That's going to be much better. So having, first of all, starting with training, a set baseline training. And then we see that kind of as the kind of a driver's license, the driver's license training to get the keys to getting firsthand, and therefore a shorter timeline, firsthand experience with running some of these security testing operations. So having some amount of security testing, scanning, those sorts of things, and then those generate the vulnerabilities. If you can include some first level triage and remediation of the vulnerabilities themselves, imagine the time you can save by cutting down the so you have a vulnerability in the code and keeping it with the developer, keeping it with the code's owner, and not having it travel all the way across the world sometimes to the security team, having them look at it and then sending it back for in remediation. It's saving a lot of time there. So taking the some of those security activities, also looking at threat modeling. This is a lightweight threat model, not necessarily that same level that a security professional would be able to deliver. But when we notice a pattern that is consistent across many of the teams, that's something that we can build into a lightweight security champion customized threat modeling process that they can run in the beginning and during the life cycle of their code. And it really helps to, again, just shorten the amount of time that each code set has to be dealing with the security process. And then also, let's see. And then there is an official amount of kind of community interaction that is an expectation is set for. So we have a monthly meeting, and there is an expectation that you will participate in the monthly meeting and participate in all of the conversations around tickets and incidents that are set for your team. So that is another piece that's kind of, and there's an official expectation that is time spent.
And what is that monthly meeting? Is that kind of like a sync meeting between champions, or a way for the security team to communicate throughout the community? What's the content of those?
Yeah, there's announcements, anything that needs to be communicated about changes to the program. So that kind of level of speaking to everyone all at once is really helpful to have once a month. But then there's also, that is one of the opportunities for training. And maybe there's a vulnerability of the month, and we are just running through, taking one vulnerability class at a time and running through real examples of the vulnerability in our code base. And then also there's an expectation that security champions themselves will teach back and present at this same meeting. So when they're finding interesting bugs themselves, this is the opportunity to showcase their work and improvement and how they're growing as security champions as well. So we get a lot done in that one monthly meeting.
Yeah, sounds good. Nick, I know you do like scorecard assessments and things like that. Is that part of the Security Champions program?
So I think that's saying. I think it's really important to clearly define what it is that we're asking the security champions to do and what their responsibilities are. So part of that will be filling out scorecards for the operational security testing stats. I think first and foremost, what I think the responsibility is to help the team in identifying what the security requirements are for new functionality coming in. So they'll be doing that by threat modeling, and that's how our security team will help ease them into that by, one of the security engineers will carry out the initial threat model for whatever that application or product is, but then train the security champion in that threat modeling process, so that as new functionality is added, they can go and update that threat model with any new security threats and requirements, so it becomes much more manageable. Alongside, supporting all of the team with all of the security detection and remediation activities, which is why you're training them in how to triage, static analysis and dependency scanning results, dynamic analysis, and turn those into bodies of body of work for the team to be able to implement, or have the security champions go and implement it themselves.
Anything to add there, Yash? Is it similar at Twilio?
Pretty similar. What we do is we have documentation of who's the security champion for which team and who's the dedicated security partner. We also have a wiki page that shows the work that's pending on the champions teams side of from security activities, and also from the security team of the activities that are that they are performing for that particular team. So the security champions sort of widget of tickets could be fix X, fix Y, fix Z, and on the security side, it could be do a threat model, go look at this, go review this PR. So it's kind of holding each other accountable. Engineering team saying, hey, champion, we need your team to do these 5 activities. And on the flip side, hey, security engineer, since you're our POC, I need you to do these 3 activities for me, right? So it kind of keeps that visibility going. We also have a Slack channel per security champion, security engineer working relationship, because what we found out was people move teams, people move organizations pretty fast, and then that context is lost. So having one place where everything's recorded, all the consultation notes and the conversations are there, it's easy for somebody new on either side to go up, scroll through and look up like, okay, this is a conversation that's been had in the last 3 months. We have a meeting between the champion and the engineer and the security engineer once every 2 or 3 weeks, depending on the workload. And that kind of results in, okay, we're changing the color of this web page. It doesn't need a threat model. We're building this new feature that requires a threat model. So those are sort of the documented activities that we do. Some of the undocumented, not consequences, but undocumented things that happen are security engineers get tagged on PR saying, hey, we work together. Here's a PR that I think needs security review. Take a look. So we don't officially do security PR reviews, but it just happens with the flow because of the relation that is built on a one-to-one basis here. And in terms of training, we rolled out a advanced champions program of sorts. So to Marissa's point, there's sort of this baseline training that is required as a driver's license to be a champion. But on top of it, we also sort of released a red, blue, purple kind of tracks where we say, okay, if you pick red, we'll help you do offensive stuff. We'll let you be a part of one of the red team activities. We'll let you do X, we'll let you do Y. And then blue becomes the defensive, and purple, I know the industry standard sort of the combination of red and blue, but since we're a cloud native, cloud first company, we made that into a cloud training or a cloud security sort of team, where we got the cloud security team to come in, do a in-person training, do some ad hoc challenges, like there are a bunch of insecure cloud AWS hosted challenges out there. So we kind of compiled all of those into a training material even, and then sort of get people through it. And that gives them privileges to do certain activities like approving subsets of firewalls from a security perspective, which were originally intended to be done only by the security engineer.
So we've talked about a lot, and for a lot of activities, a lot of different things we could do through the Security Champions program. And for someone who's thinking about starting up a Security Champions program from scratch, it could maybe be a little bit overwhelming, particularly for developers. You wouldn't necessarily want to push everything to a development team at once. I'd love to hear from each of you here, and we'll start with Yash. What would you start with if there was one activity, one thing you would like to push through a Security Champions program? Is it org specific, company specific, or is there something that you've found most successful with that engagement through development teams?
I would start something which is tangible, and that could differ from company to company. If you're talking about a fairly new security program and you're starting off, so some of the first few activities that you could do is talk about new features they're building and do a lightweight threat model. I think something important is not to keep adding a lot of work as part of the Champions program to overwhelm people. So keeping it simple, keeping it small could be a lightweight threat model, could be as simple as security champions' responsibility is to make sure that all the security tooling, SAST, dependency, DAST are integrated into that team's pipelines. So start off with like 1 or 2 activities and keep ramping up from there.
on mute, Simon.
Sorry, there we go. Marissa, any thoughts from you about some of the activities you would start with initially?
After this conversation, I want to change my answer to what Yash was saying. I love this idea of having a Slack channel for each conversation for the relationship that can maybe be handed over as an artifact. So I think I would start there. And what I would hope to get out of it is once introductions are made and the expectations are set, something that would be great to start with is if security champions could reach out to the security team every time a new project is started that has security implications and apply that spidey sense to this, and then create just a very brief risk assessment questionnaire that's like 3 questions and toss that into the Slack when a new project is started. What visibility that would give our organization, that would be great. And I think it would be doable.
One of the things as well I love about that kind of like a Slack organization is that it turns it almost from a program into a community where you get your individuals in there talking to each other straight away and not necessarily needing to wait for a specific event or anything like that. And it really lowers that bar for people to just reach out, because likely you're going to be using Slack anyway in your organization, so you just ping them straight away or whatever. Nick, anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I completely agree on Slack, although we're limited to Teams. But in a similar vein, I think especially as we've got our security teams flat and has a mix of different expertise and skill sets, being able to reach out for different people easily and quickly for something is a massive efficiency benefit. I think, to be honest, exactly what Yash said is what our priorities are for the initial steps of a new security champion. It's being there to help identify what the security requirements are for that project, and especially starting small. First of all, it's helping get all the information from about that project and any relevant domain knowledge to the security engineer who's supporting that to help effectively threat model it. And then eventually, when the security champions got up to speed at threat modeling, to be able to do that independently, as well as obviously making sure that they're able to integrate all the security testing tools and that they're working effectively first.
Awesome. Well, would you believe it? We only have a few minutes left, and I want to talk about an important point before I kind of ask you all for your final takeaway. And that point is really in and around what individuals, what members of the security champions program actually get out themselves. And I know there are obviously security team benefits as well, but I feel like it's important here to focus on the development teams. Now, Marissa, you mentioned incentives briefly earlier. I'd love you to expand on that, because I feel like there are going to be some perhaps career incentives as well as other types of incentives. What are the benefits from the developer's point of view of of being part of a program like that, and talk us through more of the incentives?
Yeah, so in addition to what we've been talking about, which is team velocity, being able to complete projects faster because you're closer to the security review, you also get a training and experience in a different area that can just bolster your resume, your growth plan, getting more experience cross team. I know at our company, this sort of cross team collaboration with other parts of the organization is great for building up your career profile. And so that building up, investing in the individual really helps. And then also, if you can, the fun stuff, swag, having a team logo and doing hoodies, that sort of thing. It helps to create the culture of the program.
Absolutely. A strong sense of belonging as well, people being part of something, etc. Anything else anyone wants to add in terms of the incentives? Or
I have something to add. Nick, go on. Sorry.
So yeah, I'll just be quick. So I think honestly, we haven't really needed to offer incentives, because I think the security champions who've nominated themselves and have an interest in security, they've just been expanding that interest and developing it more. So especially, I think it's really good to see some of this, security champions just bugging me saying, one of my engineers showed them this, please can I have a BERT license so I can start doing it myself. So I think it's, I think the kind of incentives are already there if there's an interest in security. I think something else which is also a positive thing is it's just that nature of some competitiveness. So being able to put some leaderboards up for security posture in particular environments, because obviously there's a pride in that, and wanting to be near the top there for each team to see their cloud environments and their application code base being up there as secure as possible.
I have two things to add. One, I'd agree with what both of them have said in terms of the career growth of the individual who's a champion, right? Like putting that on your resume that I've worked on security issues, I was a security sort of point of contact for this team. That's really great addition. The other thing that we do, and this helps sort of incentivize the program for the individuals plus the engineering management as well, is certain activities that are reserved for security. Could be a PR +1, could be a firewall +1, could be anything of that nature, right? If you can find a subset of those and say security champions who have done X, Y, and Z trainings, or who have done X, Y, and Z activities, will now be able to approve these things that only security was able to approve. And that, combined with finding vulnerabilities and issues early on in the SDLC, kind of helps make your build and deploy process much faster than the traditional way where it'd be like, okay, design, build, wait for an approval for a day, then a pen test, then go back and make some changes, right? So you take all of those friction points for the engineers out and say, have a beefed up champion or multiple champions. You get to approve some of your own things. You get to know the security stuff you need to fix before, and you can just move at a faster pace. So that's the other sort of incentive we sell as part of the program.
Yeah, I love that. It speeds up development rather than slows it down, which is an important thing. Very, very briefly then, just to finish off, I'd love for each of you to tell me about what your greatest takeaway is from this session, or best practice that you would advise someone would follow. Why don't we start with you, Yash?
Cool. My takeaway is that our thoughts about the Champions program are shared across the industry and not sort of siloed to the company. So it's sort of a vote of confidence from other members of the industry saying, yes, this works and we use it too.
Awesome. Marissa?
For me, it's incorporating a security questionnaire, a quick security review, empowering developers to take on more of their security activities by creating a kind of handoff or a driver's license where you're empowering them to take ownership of the things because they own the code. So you're just that shifting left strategy to move the security activities closer to where the code actually lives.
I love that with the developers taking ownership. It's very powerful for sure. Yeah. And Nick?
I think probably the most important thing for the security champions program is the security champions themselves. So it's just making sure you've got the right people there, the ones that got knowledge of that, of their team, of their product, and a background in that tech stack, and are really passionate, about and wanting to learn more about security. That's probably what we seem to be the most effective and important thing.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. It's been, wow, this time has flown. We're a touch over, but thank you very, very much. Conversation's been excellent. So Yash, Marissa, Nick, it's been a pleasure chatting with you. And for our viewers out there, please enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks all.
Thank you.
And we're back.
Ooh.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello, and thank you for coming back. Well, thank you for watching the stream. I hope everyone's been having an amazing time. I'm here with the amazing Sam and Ashish. Hello, peeps.
Hey.
Hello.
I think your mirroring's on the wrong way. You're pointing to the wrong humans. Developers.
Oh, am I? It was the right way around for me. It worked in my environment.
Works in your environment. So the tricks are all the things. Have you enjoyed the session so far, Developer Steve?
Yeah, it's been amazing, especially love the whole implementing policy as code, like always big fan of putting rules around that infrastructure and just keeping everything safe because, I mean, that just helps everyone, right? What's been your favorite so far?
She
Ashish.
can take this one.
I was like, who are you looking at? Am I looking at me or looking at Sam? But no, I think for me, I think it's definitely the policy as code thing, just because we did the Kubernetes month, actually last month. So I was definitely quite keen to hear more about what's been happening in the open policy space and how people have been able to, at least especially developers, have been able to use it beyond just what Kubernetes or I guess any of the cloud native are meant to be. So that was definitely still the highlight. I think another talk from earlier was Magno Logan's talk, and shout out to him as well. So it was a great talk. It's funny because I know him as a friend as well, so I had to kind of jump on to support him. I don't know, irrespective of how late it was. By the way, what time it is for you, Sam? You're
Well, you might be having your morning coffee, but I'm having my 1 a.m. coffee at the moment, trying to keep up.
That's still morning coffee, though.
It's we're in the morning now.
No, I was gonna say you look very chirpy for someone who's up at 1 a.m. doing this. So shout out to you and the team for staying awake for this long.
Oh, we're following the sun, the non-existent sun at the moment, and we're glad to have one. That's why we bring in the fresh host to keep us awake.
Awake, yeah. I mean, we have a few jokes. I don't know if developers team wants to share some of his. But you know what? Maybe I'll put a caveat. When you say a joke, whoever is on the live stream, I would love for them to just like respond with whether the joke was good enough or not. Because we definitely had. I mean, at least I had 0 trial runs with mine. So we're gonna find out from people if the joke was good enough or not. What do you think?
One caveat before you tell the joke. If anyone wants to know where to put the reaction to the joke, if you're on the DevSecCon Slack, put in the live channel. If you're not on DevSecCon Slack, jump to devseccon.com. There's a link to the Slack there, and then you can tell Developer Steve how good or bad, probably bad, no, I'm joking, dad joke.
Yeah, no, I accept face palms as applause. So like, I have quite.
What would be embarrassing in all of this would be both you and I try a few jokes, and like someone in the audience gives a joke to us, which is even better than what we could come up with. So hopefully we don't embarrass ourselves in live stream.
I do have a brand new one that it's a couple weeks old, but hey Ashish, why did the vulnerability get tired?
I don't know, Steve. Tell me why.
Because it ransomware.
Oh.
I can feel the applause now. And yeah, jump into the Slack, or if you're not already there. But yeah, please tell us your jokes. Start conversation, or just put a facepalm emoji. We love those. Well, I love those.
Yeah, for the facepalm.
Yeah. Totally. And I think I'm embarrassed to talk about my joke because I feel like your joke was like, that set the standard right up there. So I'm like, my joke was going to be simple, but someone in the community that I work with, they came up with the joke. So I won't take the credit for this, but the joke was, I have DevSecOps. I do DevSecOps because I have Jenkins. It's such a technical joke that you kind of have to like be in the space to know it. But it's that was my first try, man.
No, that's a good one. And you know what? I always consider, I have a long list, spoilers. That was my little disclaimer. But I mean, they're all open source. So like when I tell them, I hope that other people tell them too, because like it just brightens someone's day when they hear a really bad joke and facepalm.
Or you could be like Rob Paddy, who's on our Slack at the moment, saying that the audience has left. I'm sure he's also only bad. So before we jump into another bad joke, what else is going on today? Are there any other places that people should be visiting whilst we're on a break?
Oh, definitely visit the sponsors. Sorry.
No,
sponsors. Go to the sponsor booth. There's some amazing, you can chat to some amazing folks. Even just go and geek out. Tell them one of our jokes that we're about to tell you some more. But yeah, just go have a chat to the sponsors. They do amazing work, and they helping some support this conference, but also some amazing tech diversity charities as well, which is amazing. So please go check them out. There's a whole bunch of competitions they've got running as well. So stop by Bridge Crew and you get a swag pack. Everyone loves swag. I love swag. Actually, I think I have some stickers in this jacket somewhere. Oh, I do. See, there's some sneak stickers.
Oh, there you go.
This is a magical jacket. You could say I wanted to wear something with a little character. Hey. And then, but then there's also the Stackhawk booth where you can get a Nintendo Switch. Oh, I want to win a Nintendo Switch. I probably can't. But anyway, stop by the booths and check them out.
Awesome.
All right. I'm sorry, I was just a bit lost. Like, what is the Nintendo thing again?
The Nintendo Switch. You can play Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing's great.
It's like a embarrassing thing for me to say that. I'm like, oh, I don't even know what Nintendo version is on now. Sorry.
No,
Sorry, Sam, you go.
more people say that we should get off stage. No, I'm joking. I have never played on a Nintendo Switch either. Don't tell anyone.
I have.
Well done. There's also our DevSecOps Awards opening soon. So for those of you listening, if you haven't heard, it's our 3rd year running our DevSecOps Awards. It's completely community nominated as well as picked. So if you or anyone you know is doing awesome stuff within the DevSecOps space, please nominate them. We have 3 awards for most inspiring individual, team, and community. Some of actually our keynote speakers as well as our CFP committee have actually won the award in the past, and we'd really love to keep the tradition going. So if you jump onto DevSecCon.com, I'll also pop it in the Slack chat, and nominate the human or yourself who you feel should get the award. We'll be doing the live prize giving at DevSecCon London this year, which will be in person. So if you miss human beings, come on down to London town, and maybe we can hug and stuff.
Wait, we've been talking about Slack and DevSecCon. Maybe worthwhile telling people why Slack, and is DevSecCon the only time we talk about DevSecOps?
No, funny enough, we're not just a 24-hour conference where I drink too much coffee and stay awake for 24 hours. We are a global community. So over and above this event, as I said, we've got the London event and a few other flagship events we run throughout the year. We then also have our global community series consisting of a global community as well as regional. We have London, India, Germany, hopefully something in APJ coming soon, and growing. We're really wanting to hit sort of 10 chapters all over the world. And the reason we want to do that is not only because it helps sort of grow the DevSecOps movement, but as we've seen with COVID, obviously, great content doesn't have to only live in these major cities where we have to travel to go to amazing conferences. We can bring that great content to our own hometowns. And so if anyone wants to come to any of our events or even lead a chapter, please ping us on DevSecCon.com or on the Slack or on Twitter or smoke signals. So we'd love to have you involved. We also have a podcast, don't we, Ashish?
Yeah, we do. Oh, well, I guess I can talk about it because I think I was there as well. So I do appreciate you guys having me there. Secure Developer is what it's called. And I think,
weren't you?
yeah, and I think it's really interesting to call out why it's different to some of the other podcasts that is out there, apart from having an awesome host like Guy, which is a different story. But the interaction that I've had with the developer community about the podcast has been really interesting in terms of it's a developer-first podcast from a conversation perspective, and the intent is to find and solve or at least share things that are being done by the developer community in a way that helps the developers instead of just I'm not going to call out any other podcast over here, so it'll be pretty awesome to go into.
I'm sure you've got a great podcast too, Ashish.
Oh yeah, I have mine as well. That's true, but I've got the Cloud Security podcast. But I think I feel definitely has its own community, and I definitely truly believe like the obviously people who are enjoying the bad jokes that we're talking about as well. But it goes a long way, and it's very comes very transparent when people are talking about helping developers, and I think that the DevSecCon community does a great job for it. So I did funny enough, it's such an old organization. I did my talk. I had to go back and look at my picture without the beard. It's like 2018 is when I did a talk in DevSecCon Boston. And I'm like, wow, that was it felt like ages ago now with COVID times. But yeah, it's like podcasting. By the way, anyone who's listening, and we're keen to give out the nomination, Annual DevSecOps Award, did you say, right?
Yeah.
What was the web? I don't think we mentioned the website, which is just on the
DevSecCon. It's on DevSecCon.com, and I'm about to pop the direct link into the Slack for anyone who wants to nominate.
Perfect. Well, just a hint, if you guys want to nominate me, totally fine. I don't. I would not say no. Like if any guy or lady out there wants to, or kids, I guess, wants to vote, feel free to do that. Or maybe write a bot. Considering all of your developers, write a bot that just does all the voting for you.
Don't trick the system here, Ashish. Don't trick.
No, I was going to say we security and pen test these things because that's what. Yeah, we totally do that.
Hi, I'm Linda from Singapore. Thank you so much for listening in. I'll be speaking on driving CI/CD adoption for distributed in-source and outsource team today. How this talk will flow is that I'll start with the background and drivers, where I'll provide the context so they can better understand the rationale behind the decision and the actions that we took. I'll then move on to planning execution, where I'll cover the barriers that we have identified and how we've tried to overcome them. I'll then end off with our challenges and next step, where I'll talk about the challenges that we still face and what we plan to do in the year ahead. Overall, I do not believe that there's any silver bullet here, as every organization has its own unique context and issues. However, what I'm hoping for is that whatever I shared here today will give you more ideas of what you can consider doing and what you can consider not doing in your organization as you're planning for, or if you're adopting CI/CD in your organization. Okay, now let me start with the background and drivers. So GovTech is 2,000 plus people strong. I'm part of the GovTech Services Group, which forward deploy around 1,500 officers to be integral part of 50 over government agencies, where they will digitally transform and manage IT systems for the agency business so as to deliver value to citizen, business, and public officers. I'm not one of those who are forward deployed to the agencies. I'm based at the headquarters as part of the Cluster and Technology Management Office, or CTMO. We're responsible for 3 key areas. One key area is to promote secure app development practices. And another area which I lead is to drive CI/CD and test automation among 50 plus agencies. So these are some of the government agencies that we work with, including Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and the National Environment Agency. I joined GovTech around 3+ years back. So this was the landscape then through my lens. Okay, the systems are distributed across agencies, mostly outsourced. So the agencies are dependent on their vendors and their contractors, on their competencies to manage these systems. It was policies and compliance driven. So it was to ensure that the system is compliant is a top priority and major focus. There was also internet surfing separation, where the workstations that are issued to the government officers to access the government enterprise network does not have internet access. So in order to access the internet, they will require another workstation that have internet accessibility. So this brings another level of dimension to when you design a platform which can be accessible to both the government officers as well as their vendors and contractors. The systems are mostly on-premise, hosted in various government data centers in Singapore. Back then, there was this rise of Agile, where Agile was increasingly advocated to deliver value faster to our citizens, business, and government officers. And there was also this push to move to cloud, to take advantage of the benefits that cloud can bring, such as scalability and cost. As I mentioned earlier, most of the systems are outsourced, and there were challenges with outsourced app development. Some of the challenges that I mentioned here may also apply to in-house app development. So firstly, we see potential lack of control on vendors' development environment. By vendor development environment, I'm referring to the environment that you develop, build, and test your system. So this environment may be on-premise or maybe on cloud. Is usually out to the vendor to instill control in this environment. The agency project team may not have access to this environment, so they cannot verify the controls that are in place. So if there are lack of technical controls, it can lead to potential issues such as, for example, source code repository being unintentionally public, the build server being compromised or unpatched, or ad hoc testing. So some of the issues that I mentioned here are not new. Similar issues have been reported for various companies over the world in the past few years. There are also varying tools and development testing practices. It can be up to the development team to decide what tools they want to use and what practices that they want to adopt. So it can be challenging for the agency project team to know what to expect and how to instill governance. There can be no ownership over the source code. So this is really dependent on the contract terms. And if there's no ownership over the source code, there can be issues such as, for example, how do you switch vendor if you don't have the source code? Or what if the source code is lost because there was no proper management of the source code? There have also been reports of poor application quality during UAT. So due to the varying tools and development testing practices, there can be inadequate or insufficient testing before UAT, leading to a lot of issues being reported only after the system is deployed to UAT. So given these challenges, we see a strong need for a shift in software development practices. We want to perform QA and security testing early and frequently during software development. We want to shift left and automate testing so that we can get early feedback. We want to standardize CI/CD toolchain with strong bias towards automation. A standardized CI/CD toolchain will make it possible to prescribe practices to improve visibility and also to provide targeted training. We also want to take control of the software delivery pipeline. Okay, owning the software delivery pipeline will make it possible to bake in technical controls and also to allow visibility into the software delivery pipelines. So we strongly encourage the adoption of CI/CD to strengthen technical control and to improve app quality, security, and delivery velocity. So the CI/CD toolchain will be owned by the government and hosted in an environment owned by the government on commercial cloud. The project team, including the outsourced developer, will access this toolchain to set up the software delivery pipeline and will include both quality and security testing in this pipeline. The agency project team will have access to this software delivery pipeline, so they will have early visibility of potential app quality or security issues. I hope that what I shared earlier will have given you some better idea of what was the context and why we were advocating for the adoption of CI/CD. I'll now move on to planning and execution. So implementing CI/CD is not the norm, and changing norm is never easy, especially in a bureaucratic environment. So we have to motivate people to want to adopt, to implement CI/CD. We have to show them how CI/CD can help to address current pain points and bring values. For example, we start with targeting those project teams who are having issues managing their vendors. We also have to show how CI/CD can help to comply with existing and future policy. And this helps because, as mentioned earlier, this is actually a very policies and compliance-driven culture. I also mentioned earlier that there was this push to move to adopt Agile and to move to cloud. So one Agile best practice is to adopt CI/CD, as automation is key to the Agile. Automation is key to achieving the agility required from sprint to sprint. And with cloud migration, the agencies will anyway have to engage the development team to move the system to cloud. So as part of the migration effort, we encourage the agency to also adopt CI/CD. So basically, we piggyback on agile transformation and cloud migration to drive the CI/CD adoption. However, the key to success is actually showing the above to management and getting their support and buy-in to join KPI. Without management support in a bureaucratic environment, it would have been very challenging to get people to pay attention to us. Obviously, we also have to continue to update management on progress, results, and plans to keep the ball rolling and to maintain their support. Okay, since we are pushing for the adoption of CI/CD, we also have to identify the CI/CD platform. And there are many options out there. Okay, one option is to build your own, which brings with it a whole series of questions. Okay, where will it be hosted? Will it be hosted on-premise? Will it be hosted on commercial cloud or government commercial cloud? What would be the architecture be like? And will it be compliant to policy? Who will build it? Will it be your development team, in-house development team? Do they have the bandwidth to do so? Will it be the same vendor that's developing your applications? And do they have the skill set to build such a platform? Or will it be a separate vendor? Okay, will it be shared to reap economies of scale? Will you share it across multiple projects in the same agencies? Will you share it across multiple agencies? And if you're going to share this platform, how do you ensure proper segregation between the different projects? After you have set up the platform, you will still have to patch, update, maintain the platform, as well as to troubleshoot any issues that is reported. So who will actually do this piece of work? And how much will it cost? There is the setup cost. There can also be professional services costs, the licensing cost if you are using proprietary software or tooling, the hosting cost, as well as the maintenance cost. One very popular option is to use managed service. So in the context of Singapore government, one question that we have to ask is that, are they available in Singapore? Depending on the system classification, the data may be required to be hosted in Singapore. So one very popular managed service is Azure DevOps. So Azure DevOps is a global service. Unfortunately, they do not have the option to host the data in Singapore, so which makes it not a possible option for certain system classification. Okay, what do they provide? Cloud service providers such as Azure, Google Cloud, AWS do provide source code repositories, pipeline orchestrator, build agents, and deployment orchestrator. The security testing services are usually provided out of the marketplace, and these services may actually not be hosted in Singapore. Okay, which boils back to the first question, are they available in Singapore? And how will they be accessed? Okay, can this platform be accessed by both the government officials who are using their government issued workstation, as well as their suppliers and contractors who are using internet accessible laptop, but without access to the government enterprise network? So one option that's available to the Singapore government agency is the Singapore government tech stack. Okay, the Singapore government tech stack is a government-owned platform to provide a set of reusable components to streamline application development. This is to lower cost of development of digital services through centrally handled common services with better economies of scale and reduced duplication. Technical requirements are also baked in to provide baseline compliance to improve quality and security. Such a platform will also reduce the need for agencies to set up extensive digital infrastructure, thereby improving speed and productivity. As you may have already noticed, part of the tech stack includes a tool chain that enables CI/CD. So this tool chain, this centralized CI/CD platform is actually codenamed ShipHeads. Okay, so ShipHeads is a multi-tenanted software as a service hosted on government commercial cloud. The tools have already been set up and maintained by a central GovTech team. The agencies simply have to subscribe and use the tools. They do not have to set up similar tools back in their own environment. So this platform comes with many different types of tools. There is a source code repository, which is Bitbucket. This comes with a plugin to scan for hard-coded secret. For orchestrators, we have Bamboo and Zebia Lab. They also come with agents that you can use to execute pipeline tasks. For static code scan, we have Fortify and SonarQube to analyze the source code for vulnerabilities and code smell. So Fortify more for security vulnerabilities, SonarQube more for code smell. For software composition analysis, there is Nexus IQ, which is used to identify vulnerable open source libraries. Nexus IQ is also used to track bill of material and also to continuously monitor for new vulnerabilities being reported for existing open source library used in the production environment. For dynamic application security testing, we have Fortify Web Inspect, which can be used to scan the web application for security vulnerabilities. For automated testing, in particular, we have a dedicated mobile device farm, which is hosted in Singapore for government use. For container image scanning, we have Twistlog, which can be used to scan the container images for potential security vulnerabilities and possible violation of best practices. For artifact repository, we have Nexus Repository, which can be used to host artifact as well as proprietary libraries. For documentation, we have Confluence, which is a wiki-based tool, and we also have Jira software to manage the projects and tickets. So setting our platform is not just about hosting and running the tools. We have a very close relationship with the platform team, and we work with them closely to meet the services demand, the agency demands and requirements. For example, ensuring that the platform can meet the upcoming new load, ensuring that the new projects can seamlessly onboard the platform, making sure that the platform can support both outsourced and in-house teams, and also making sure that the roles provided on the platform can map back to the roles and responsibility of a typical project team. So as CI/CD was not the norm back then, there's definitely knowledge gap. We had to identify the different stakeholders, understand their knowledge, general concerns and level of understanding, and applying different strategies to close knowledge gaps and secure buy-in. Our stakeholders include different parties from CIOs to in-house and outsourced developers. We also make use of different mediums. We have websites to channel, to provide general knowledge and documentations. We have briefings to help prepare the agency project teams and their vendors and contractors for onboarding the platform. We also have hands-on training to help to deepen knowledge. What we found critical is building intimate understanding of the ground through having team members who are deployed to agencies or have worked as vendors before, and getting hands dirty by working directly with the different stakeholders to adopt and implement CI/CD. We have found this very critical in helping us to identify the different stakeholders, understanding where the gaps are, and also how to channel the required information to the project team so that they can adopt and implement CI/CD accordingly. So this is an example of closing knowledge gap for the agency project manager and business analyst. So some common questions that they have raised include like, what is CI/CD? How much do I need to budget for? How do I onboard shipment heads? So to address such knowledge gap, we have an intranet website providing CI/CD related information for different project stages, from project initiation, budget estimation, funding approval, preparing tender, onboarding shipment heads to implementing CI/CD. As most of these systems are outsourced, the agency project team often have to work with their suppliers and contractors to implement CI/CD for their systems. And these suppliers and contractors may not have access to the intranet website. So we also provide a public website that has information about shipment heads, its subscription model, tools, and roadmap. We also have separate regular onboarding briefing for PA and BA and their vendors so that they can gain some basic knowledge of shipment heads, where to find the required information, and how to prepare for onboarding the platform. For trainings that are curated hands-on foundation training that is specific to the shipment heads platform and also has government context. This is to ensure that the trainees will gain the relevant knowledge from the training and to be able to apply the knowledge directly in their project. Okay, so as shipment heads is a standardized and centralized CI/CD platform, it makes it possible to develop reusable templates and modules. So these reusable templates and modules have helped to reduce duplication and cost. You also have to reduce you also have to improve the speed of adopting and implementing CI/CD. What we have also seen is that you also have to reduce the fear of the unknown to provide some assurance and to show that it can be done. So to help the project team to implement CI/CD pipelines on shipment heads, we have provided pipeline templates, test automation framework starter kit, as well as reusable scripts to perform CI/CD tasks. To help the project team to prepare for onboarding shipment heads, we also have templates to help them to get the required funding to implement CI/CD for their system, and also to require the vendor to implement CI/CD as per contract terms. So we have to prioritize by identifying the most common use case and building in the required control and best practices into the reusable templates and modules. Okay, what we have observed is that if templates were used, the likelihood of continuing with the baked-in best practices is actually very high. So this is the adoption status as of March 2021. We have had 28 agencies with at least one system using shipment heads. And in total, we have 122 systems that are using the platform. So far, we have 43 agencies with at least one staff that has undergone the training, and 306 staff in total who have been trained in CI/CD. Okay, now let me move on to challenges and next step. Okay, so to recap, Ship and Hats is a multi-tenanted software as a service hosted in cloud. As a result of this operating model, there are limitations. Okay, so for example, to access Ship and Hats, you require internet connectivity. So it cannot be accessed from the government enterprise network. Due to classification reason, it also cannot be used for on-premise systems, so it can only be used for cloud systems. While Ship and Hats is a prescriptive model where the tools are specifically curated to be included in the platform, there are limited choices for each tool type. So this can make it difficult to find resources who are skilled in the specific tools, especially if these tools are not widely available. And it can also be less appealing to developers if the developers have preference of what tools that they want to use. To give an example, based on feedback, Bamboo is not a very popular tool among the developers, so we receive quite a lot of complaints about it. Okay, there are also concentration risk. As this is a multi-tenanted model, if the platform goes down, all the subscribers will be affected. There can also be access control related kind of issues where one subscriber can intentionally or unintentionally access the data of another subscriber. So another challenge that we observe is that as the number of tools increase, there's also a higher chance of misconfiguration. As of now, there are already at least 14 tools and more to be added as the platform evolves. And configuration can include many types such as permissions, policies, features, scan rules, and quality gate. So some common misconfigurations that we have seen so far include, for example, project and repository being unintentionally public, user account being given too many permissions or not following the principle of least privilege, or lacks of disabled policies are used in the security testing tools. So with so many tools, it can become difficult to track and to manage the configuration for every single tool, especially as the number of projects that a person have to manage increase. One other challenge that we observe is knowing what or how to monitor and to measure quality, security, and delivery. Okay, there are many tools here, and each tool provides lots of information. Some of this information can be queried via API, while some of the information are locked within the tool-specific data store. It can be difficult to collate data from the various tools and then to make sense of the data in order to make decisions. So as a result of this challenge, it is common to not measure or monitor until required, such as when you need to report to management or to manually collate the metrics, which can be effort-intensive and error-prone, and to not use the metrics to improve delivery efficiency and effectiveness. And because measuring and monitoring are not in mind, the resources that are created are not organized in a consistent manner that make it easier to collate, sanitize, and analyze the data. Okay, so we have been very focused on getting the agency to start adopting CI/CD. We want to go beyond by adding visibility to the software delivery pipelines and enabling the project teams to be able to make use of the data that they have to make decisions. So as I quote from the State of Software Delivery Management Report 2020, software delivery is now a data-driven activity, and data needed by software practitioner, by the leadership executive should be accurate and freely accessible to allow them to more easily do their jobs and make data-driven decisions. Okay, so this has also helped to drive us on what we want to do going ahead. So for the year ahead, we are looking at organizing and providing more documentation and training to accelerate uplifting of different stakeholders. We are working with IT vendors to upskill relevant competencies and improve implementation time. As mentioned earlier, as of now, the platform does not support on-premise systems. So we are looking at how we can enable on-premise systems to adopt CI/CD. We also want to enable the project team to identify potential tools misconfiguration through the use of script or tool. And we want to enable the agencies to monitor and measure application quality, security, and delivery by providing them with a means to collate, sanitize, analyze, and present the data. So some of the steps that we are talking about here are only made possible because Ship and Hats is a centralized and standardized platform. So the goal over here is to increase coverage and to provide visibility into the software delivery pipelines. For further reference, you can take a look at some of the links that are provided here. So this comes to the end of my talk. Thank you so much again for listening in, and have a good day.
Hi everyone from India. I am Priyam Singh. So firstly, thank you to all the organizers. You have done a fantastic job in putting on this event. And thanks as well to sponsors and attendees for turning up even virtually. A little about me. So I am a DevSecOps engineer at Cloudl. Cloudl is an easy to use cloud native security monitoring SaaS platform. And I also contribute to communities such as Null. It is an open security community. I am also chapter lead at Chandigarh InfoSec Girls, and it is a community for women passionate about information security. At the last but not the least, I am a student of final year graduation. So this is all about me. Let's get started with agenda of the session. Firstly, we will talk about what is DevSecOps, what is DevSecOps CI/CD pipeline, and what we mean by CI/CD. Also about the stages of pipeline approach and implementation. At the last, the key points. Next comes a quick disclaimer that in the talk, in this session, I will be talking a lot about tools. So I don't recommend any tools. It's just I have used it because I find it suitable for my application or for my software, the language it was there or the environment I was using. So for you, it completely depends upon which tool you choose or which application you are working on. So let's start with DevSecOps. What do we mean by DevSecOps? DevSecOps is development, security, and operations. Dev for development, Sec for security, and Ops for operation. So DevSecOps promotes security as a shared responsibility culture, wherein security is not a responsibility for only one specific team or only one person, but everyone in the team is accountable for security. So DevSecOps aim to integrate security controls in the early stage of software development or the application build rather than implementing it at the end. So it integrates security measures from the start of development instead of in the last. Once the deployment of the application is done, we come forward and do the security part, and we waste much of time or the resources are wasted. It is better that we identify in the starting of the software development where we started. Then comes the second point. We automate security with the latest tools and concepts at every level. So earlier, we don't used to have any feedbacks when we have waterfall model or when we were having agile model, but after that we came DevOps where the gap was reduced and we started getting feedbacks. After that, DevSecOps came when which the feedbacks are there and we can do the improvements then and there, and security is integrated. So we can also define as integrating security practices with the DevOps process, and adding Sec to DevOps forms the DevSecOps. So DevOps is the security and it gives the forms the DevSecOps. What is DevSecOps CI/CD pipeline? As DevSecOps refers to integrated security into your software development lifecycle. So a DevSecOps pipeline is a set of security practices which are incorporated into your SDLC. So SDLC is software development lifecycle to build and test and deploy secure software faster and easier. So there are advantages of the DevSecOps CI/CD pipeline. These advantages are first is earlier identification of security vulnerabilities, and we don't have to wait till the last stage. It can be identified early only, and improved speed and agility for security teams, and the development of the software is secure and the speed is increased. So firstly, we will know what we mean by actually CI/CD words. The CI in the CI/CD is continuous integration, and it always refers to which is an automation process for developers. Successfully, CI means the new code changes to an application or a software that are regularly built, tested, and merged to a shared repository. And CD in CI/CD, one refers that continuous delivery and or continuous deployment, which are related concepts that sometimes get used interchangeably, both about automating further stages of the pipeline. But they are sometimes used separately to illustrate just how much automation is happening. Continuous delivery usually means a developer's changes to an application are automatically bug tested and uploaded to a repository like GitHub, or we can say container registry, where they can then be deployed to a live production environment by the operations team or the people who are doing the operations. So continuous deployment, the other possible CD can refer to automatically releasing a developer's changes from the repository to production, where it is usually by customers. It addresses the problem of overloading operation team with manual processes that slow down app delivery, and it builds on the benefits of continuous delivery by automating the next stage in the pipeline. Let's start with the stages of the pipeline, which I will be discussing further. So firstly, the build will start in Jenkins. Then, okay, so what is Jenkins? Jenkins is a self-contained open source, it's an automation server that can be used to automate all sorts of tasks related to building, testing, and delivering or deploying software. And Jenkins can be installed through any native system packages, Docker, or even run standalone by any machine with a Java runtime environment, that is JRE installed. So after the start build, application code is pulled from the GitHub. We have to just write the link and it will pull the GitHub code. And after that, Jenkins executes the initialization stage. Then next step happens, that is Jenkins build the application dependencies that are required for the application you are working on or the software. And after that build stage, we come to SCA stage. So SCA is software composition analysis. And in this, the tool I will be explaining is ODC, that is OAS dependency check. And after the OAS dependency check is done, the report is stored. And after that, it comes SAST stage, which is static analysis. And in this, I have used SNEC, and the report is stored for this. Then comes source code quality analysis. For this, as the application I am using, for example, is Suite CRM, which is in PHP. So it is source code quality analysis is language based. So I will be using PHP code sniffer, and the report is stored. After that, build happens, and once the build is done, we do DAST, that is dynamic application security testing. So DAST is done when the application is in the running stage. And the tool used is JAP, that is JET application proxy. So we after that store the report, and last stage is SBOM, software bill of materials. The tool is Cyclone DX, and report is stored. So for all the steps we are doing, we are also storing the report. You can do it at once also. So after that comes Jenkins stops running installs of app on the prod server and copies the updates and restarts the app, deploy the app server. After that, the build completes. So let's discuss about all these stages which I have defined here in a little detail. Firstly comes software composition analysis. So it is like all the tools which I am taking over here are open source only. So software composition analysis is an automated process that identifies the open source software in a code base. The analysis is performed to evaluate security and license compliance and code quality. So companies need to be aware of open source license limitations and also the obligations. Tracking these obligations manually becomes very tiring, like it's not so easy to do. An automated solution like SCA, the software composition analysis, was developed, and from this initial use case, it expanded to analyze code security and quality. So in a modern DevSecOps environment, the SCA helps in the shift left paradigm. So the security is used in the form of shift left, that is, it's done from the starting, not in the end. After the deployment of a software is complete, then we take care of security. That's not done. It's done by shift left process. And the earlier and continuous SCA testing has enabled like developers and the security teams to drive productivity without compromising security or quality. So let's look for the importance of SCA. So firstly is that we can automatically track open source components and the continuous monitoring for vulnerability detections. And there are also automated and prioritized vulnerabilities remediations. License risk management is also taken care. So what are the tools over here? Firstly, the OWASP dependency check, that is ODC. So what is this? It is a software composition analysis tool which attempts to detect publicly disclosed vulnerabilities contained within a project's dependencies. So software composition analysis tools scan the open source code, software to inventory all open source components, and it is important as modern enterprise application can comprise up to 80 to 90% open source components. And given this, the risk of security and IP risks of open source components can be very significant, and tools to help mitigate these risks become critically important. So over here, the code is there, and when a new branch is created, code is deployed and pull request. We do the software composition analysis and quality check commits. After that, if there are any problems, we will go and change it and do a new branch commit, and it will again, there will be a code developed and pull request. So we don't have to wait till the after the production deployment. It is deployed completely the tool and come back to the remove the vulnerabilities, but we can do over here only where we spot the issues. Okay, so next comes SAST. What we mean by SAST? SAST is static application security testing. So it is done when the application is not in the running state, it is stationary. It's a process that analyzes a project source code and dependencies and related files for known security vulnerabilities. It examines the code to find the flaws, or we can say software weaknesses, such as SQL injection or any other which are listed in OWASP top 10. SAST could also help identify segments of project's logic which might lead to security vulnerability. It is also known as white box testing because as the tester has access to the underlying framework, the design and the implementations, the application is tested from inside out. And it supports a flipped approach, this SAST also. So identifying defects earlier, it leads to lower cost of remediation, and delivering fast feedbacks and providing the exact location of vulnerabilities and their costs. The tool for SaaS which I used is Snyk, and okay, so Snyk is an open source security platform for finding out vulnerabilities in the source code of an application. Here is the report where we can see that the severity is medium or it is high, and we can take care of it if we face any issues like it is going to create a problem. Then comes the next stage, that is source code quality analysis. And okay, over here I will be talking about linting. Linting is the automated checking of source code for programmatic and stylistic errors only. So this is done by using a linting tool. A lint tool is a basic static code analyzer. Linting is important to reduce errors and improve the overall quality of code. Using lint tools can help accelerate development and reduce costs by finding errors earlier. And linting tools are language specific, and thus the tool that can be used depends on the application being tested or the software being used. And nowadays we have different linters which provide many types of checks like syntax errors, or it can be code standard adherence or potential problems security checks. So code quality analysis tools are language specific. So for the application like Suite CRM, which are meant for PHP applications, the tool I used is PHP Code Sniffer, and there are many other tools available. You can choose or use any which suits your application or the environment you are working. Little about the Code Sniffer tool. So PHP Code Sniffer is like a set of two main scripts. That is, first is PHP CSS script, and it helps to detect the violation of predefined coding standards. And a second is PHP CVF script that can automatically correct these violations. Okay, so moving towards when the build happens and the application is in running state, and we do DAST, that is dynamic application security testing. So in the dynamic application security testing, it's done during the running of the application, and it is also called black box testing technique, in which the DAST tool interacts with the application being tested in a running state to imitate as an attacker. And DAST tools are especially helpful for detecting input-output validation or cross-site scripting and SQL injections. Okay, so it is also server configuration mistakes can be identified, and the authorization issues other problems which manifest in real time or become visible only a known user logs in. It scans the client side and the server side as well. So the tool uses JAB tool. It is open source, and it is like man in the middle proxy. What it means is that So JED attack proxy is an open source tool, so used to perform dynamic application security testing, which is designed specifically for web applications, and it imitates an actual user where it interacts with the application to perform various attacks. At its core, JAP is what known as man in the middle proxy, which I mentioned earlier also. So it stands between the tester browser and in the web application, so that it can intercept and inspect the messages which are going sent between the browser and the web application, and modify the contents if needed. and then forward those packets to the destination. I have also shared a report for the JAP report. Is just a portion of the snapshot. So over here it shows that there is a potential excesses. So we can take care of it or remove it or make the changes accordingly so that we don't face this issue later on, or we don't have someone like a security team working at the last of the when the application is deployed. Then comes software bill of materials. Software bill of materials is a list of components which are used to like assemble or create a product, and it gives out a specification about how each component was used in the making of the end product. And a software bill of materials refers to the list of software components or the open source or commercial that was utilized to build a software solution. And it responds quickly to the security or license or any operational risks that come with open source use. The tool used is CycloneDX, so it is available for every languages, different languages. You can use the one that suits your application or your environment. And this is the SFORM report. This is also just a part of this snapshot. Okay, so here we can see that the name is PHP CS Fixer, and the description is given and the license used. So this tool is automatically fix PHP code style. And like this, we can get to know what are the what are the components we used in the product. Okay, so we will be now covering the key points we got to know for the CI/CD pipeline. Firstly is that release is faster. Yes, so the failures are detected faster and as such can be repaired faster, leading to increasing release rates. However, frequent releases are possible only if the code is developed and in a continuously moving system. Also, CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment, continuously merges the codes and continuously deploys them to production after thorough testing. And keeping the code in a release ready state, it's important to have as part of deployment a production environment set up that closely mimics that which end users will ultimately be using. And next is that increase in the team transparency and accountability. So CI/CD is a great way to get continuous feedback, not only from our customers, but also from our own team or the groups working. So this increasing the transparency of any problems or any issues going in the team, and it encourages responsible accountability. The next point is smaller code changes, as we have seen that a portion of is creating issue, we can change it then and there. So one technical advantage of continuous integration and continuous delivery is that it allows you to integrate small pieces of code at one time. These code changes are simpler and easier to handle than huge chunks of code, and as such that we will have further issues that may need to be repaired at a lower later date. So using continuous testing, these small pieces can be tested as soon as they are integrated into the code repository, allowing the developers to recognize a problem before too much work is completed afterward. So these works really well for large development teams who work remotely, as nowadays it's happening a lot, and as well as those in-house, as communication between team members can be challenging. And it also helps in the reduction of the cost. as the automation in the CI/CD, the continuous integration and continuous delivery pipeline reduces the number of errors that can take place in the many repetitive steps of CI/CD, and doing so also like frees up developers and time that could be spent in the product development, as there aren't like as many code changes to fix down. So the road of the error is caught quickly. After that comes the customer satisfaction. So the advantages, like one of the main advantages is that CI/CD do not only fall into the technical aspect, but also in an organization scope. So the first few moments of new customer trying out like your product is a make or break it moment. So don't waste like first impression, as they are key to turning new customers into satisfied customers. And keep keep your customers happy with fast turnout of new features or any bug fixes. So utilizing a CI/CD approach also keeps your product up to date with the latest technology and allows you to give new customers who will select you over the competition through word of mouth and positive reviews. At the last, the last point is more test reliability. So using CI/CD test, the reliability improves due to the bite size and specific changes introduced to the system. And it also allows for more accurate positive and negative tests, which are to be conducted. And test reliability within CI/CD can also be considered continuous reliability, and with the continuous merging and releasing of new products and features, knowing that the quality was top of mind throughout the entire process, that assures that stockholders their investment and worthwhile. So this was all about the session. Thank you, and let me know that if there are any questions.
Hello, thanks for joining my session. It's a pleasure to be here presenting at DevSecCon 24. I will be talking about the risk of CI/CD pipeline poisoning via code build, and basically security around the CI/CD pipelines a bit in general. In enterprises, we attempt to make it secure, we harden it, we configure it in a way that is hermetic, so we build trust. Our goal is actually to automate and make sure that every time we give an input, we have a trusted application at the end of this process. However, I will demonstrate that with a very simple action, it's actually possible to break this trust and introduce some new risks into your CI/CD pipelines if you have them in AWS. Before getting into the topic, I would like to speak a bit about myself. My name is Asier Rivera Fernandez, and I work at PwC Belgium. I work at the Department of Cyber and Privacy, but I'm originally Spanish from the north region, the Basque Country. I started studying IT in my bachelor in Spain, and then I moved all the way to the other side of Sweden, of Europe into Sweden, where I did my master thesis, and I tried to come slowly backwards towards Spain, and I ended up in Belgium doing my master thesis, where I now work and live. I do enjoy brainstorming and all these crazy sessions in which people put crazy ideas on the table. Most of the times they are useless, but for those that actually work out, I think it's really worth it. And I like football. I played through all my life, I guess, as a Spanish person, it's kind of mandatory. I enjoy board games, and I also like cooking, but I'm not that good at it. Okay, so let's get into the topic. Why did I look into security for CI/CD pipelines in the cloud? Well, it covers two of my passions. The first one is secure development, application security, and the second one is, of course, cloud security. And like most of the people in the world, I got into cloud. I started to learn about the services, how they actually work together, what are the possibilities, basically the building blocks. But when I started looking into more specific cases for enterprises that may require really specific CI/CD pipelines, I think it started to become a bit more complex in the sense that the cloud service has been designed to be used in a specific way, although it covers a wide range of use cases. It may be that it doesn't fit together. And out of this, I started thinking, is it possible that some of these configurations that we adapt to our needs may break or affect the security posture of these CI/CD pipelines? So I decided to start by looking into AWS for no really particular reason. The goal is actually to move on and evaluate the other cloud providers as well. And I took the area that I like, which is DevSecOps. And I looked into the CI/CD pipeline related services. I did some risk analysis after a deep dive, some threat modeling. And the goal is for me to really understand what key aspects I need to take into account when setting up secure CI/CDs. So as I said, I looked into the common AWS managed services for CI/CD pipelines, code pipeline for the pipeline execution and management, code commit for the Git repositories and code management. Then for the building part, there is code build, which via containers, it allows to execute this task for configuring and compiling the code into a valid application. This computing power can also be used for unit test or any other kind of test in the unit, but you can also easily hook third-party solutions. And last, there is the code deploy for the automation of the deployment part. Quite simple. I also looked into other concepts. So source package, once more, very simple, is basically taking the Git repository that is stored in code commit and packaging it in a zip file, and is used by code build as an input in order to actually do the compilation and the configuration of the final application. In this case, includes source code, configuration files, typical Git repository resources. Then we have the artifact package, which is basically the output of this code build, and it contains the application bundle already ready for deployment. Also includes configuration files for the server and scripts that you maybe need to run in order to configure, install, and adapt the environment to the new version. And this artifact package is used by code deploy in order to install this application at the end of the pipeline. And we are going to focus on server deployment, although artifact packages and code deploy support also serverless via a container or Lambda functions. And last, another two concepts, the build spec file. Very simple file. It just contains the environment variables, parameters, and commands to be used and executed within the code build container. Basically, step by step, what the container needs to do to take the source code, prepare it, compile it, and get a final application. And second, the app spec file, which is really similar, once more, a file with scripts and commands to be executed. This one is run at the server and is done via the code deploy agent, which is an agent service that is installed on the services that code deploy will call to request to do a new deployment. As I mentioned before, there are different deployment supported. So Lambda and container are not really shown here because we're focusing on the server deployment. And I also looked into what kind of interactions and actions we can actually do with these services, which type of functionalities they provide, not just the common ones, automated ones by AWS, but everything you can actually do with these services. And I came across this very simple action, the start build action. It belongs to code build. And basically, as the description states, it starts running a new build. Makes a lot of sense because somehow we need to tell code build how to start the job. And I also looked into who actually should have access to these actions, in which it is a quite hard task because you cannot really go to enterprises and ask them, please provide me your policies, your access policies, because that's quite private. So I had to find something to use as baseline, and I used the AWS managed policies, which they are created and managed by AWS security engineers and identity and access management engineers, and they are created with two support basic roles. For example, the administrator, developer, or read-only for code build. So both of them, the administrator and the developer, have the access to the start build actions. So they both can start a build. It makes a lot of sense. The admin may need to troubleshoot something. The developer may need here or there to test a small thing. So why not start a new build? However, the policy states clearly that the developer doesn't have access rights to administer the pipeline or the code build project. So no default configurations can be changed. This means that you can be sure that your administrator will harden and configure the pipeline in a way that is secure. You can build your trust on that one, and the developer is only going to be able to use it without modifying things. However, this is not completely true, because I found that you can abuse the start build functionality to perform three abuse cases. The first one, you could exfiltrate sensitive data. This is security related resources like passwords, configuration files, etc., sign-in certificates, you name it, or even intellectual property, because the application that you are building could actually be sold to customers, right? Second, you can tamper with the application. The same way that the building process is going to happen, you can spice it a bit and add some malware or malicious functionality like backdoors that then it could be deployed in the server or distributed to customers. So it doesn't sound that good. And third, I will demonstrate that you can run privileged commands in the deployment server. This is done if you are using the full AWS CI/CD services, including code pipeline, code build, and code deploy as the key points of your pipeline. Of course, to achieve this, the developer doesn't just start running a build, and there are a couple of functionalities extra that the documentation includes, but may not be that clear at first sight. The first functionality is via the artifacts override parameter, and it allows the developer to start a build and modify for this build only the output of the artifact package. So what comes out of code build normally is stored in an S3 bucket, but for this build only, you can actually define a new one. The fact that it mentions for this build only, it kind of gives the sense that it's not really powerful. And also, it does not really break what the developer policy mentioned. You cannot really change the default configuration only for this build. So why wouldn't you give it? And then the second parameter, even more powerful, is the build spec override, which allows developer to define a new build spec file. So I already mentioned this determines which commands are executed in the container. So basically, for this one only, you can define what the container will execute. So how can you leverage this to exfiltrate sensitive data? The first option, you can just ask code build to run a normal compilation execution, so normal build task, and state, please store it in my own S3 bucket instead of on the one that is on the enterprise account and is actually hardened where you don't have access to. At the end, you get a valid application bundle that you could put in the black market or make it publicly available. And if your enterprise is making profit out of selling that application, well, yeah, it's a bit gone, this version. Good luck with new features. There is a new option, a second option, sorry, which is using the build spec override parameter. In this case, since you can define which commands run in the container, you can ask, please do some SCP or some post request, take those resources out into my own server, and it's a very similar approach, gaining access to sensitive data, signing certificates, whatever that the container has access to. As part of the building process, it can be exfiltrated. To do this, of course, you need to get access to the internet, but by default, the containers used by code build actually leverage this access, so it should be doable. Second, tamper with application, similar approach. A developer can define with which commands are going to be executed in the server, in the container. So these commands can actually modify the artifact package that is the outcome of the build process. Including some malware, for example, modifying the actual source code to inject new functionalities, you name it. This artifact package can be then selected for delivery, to install in servers, or to be sold to customers. And third, run privileged commands in deployment server. Once more, similar approach. Build a spec file override to determine what the container runs. This container has access to the artifact package. And this artifact package, if you're using the full AWS code services, it will contain this app-spec file. This app-spec file, as mentioned before, will contain the commands to execute on the server. So once this artifact package is selected for deployment, your commands will execute. I'm aware that I mentioned is privileged commands, and you don't really need a 0-day or any kind of privilege escalation technique. You can use app-spec file features like the run as property, and then the code deploy agent will run the commands as root for you. There is a small problem here is, in order for this to actually work, we need that our artifact package is actually selected for deployment. This is done if your package is the latest version, for example, but it doesn't work like this with code pipeline. Because code pipeline randomizes the name of every package for every execution. So source package, artifact package, any other package that you are building throughout your pipeline will have a randomized name. This helps code pipeline to keep the versioning, but you cannot guess the number. So we need to find out which is the name of this randomized artifact. So I looked into it also, and there are two options. Of course, code pipeline knows which randomized name it generated. It needs to keep track of it. And the second option, code build needs to know it because at some point during the execution, it was able to store the legitimate artifact in an S3 bucket. So the first option needs one action, code pipeline list action executions. And this one is not included as part of the code build policy. So it can be that your developers don't have it. However, it's quite a low risk action, and it will allow the developers to keep track and monitor the pipeline execution. So to see all the green lights step by step. So it's quite likely that they have it. However, it's not really a problem because the other one, the code build option, you need two actions, but both are included as part of the developer policy that I showed before, the AWS managed one. So if you are using that one, your developers will have all three actions required. So how does it actually work? Well, I will showcase the steps, and I will use the code pipeline poisoning tester, which is a tool that I have developed composed of an API for monitoring purposes and a script that is actually the one doing the actions with the goal of automating the steps that a developer could do to abuse the star build action. It's available on GitHub, so feel free to go and have a look. And how does it work? Basically, it is in the build phase where the script is actually going to do most of the job, which is at this phase, code pipeline has generated this randomized name. So at that point, our script, the tool is gonna request a name. Once it's found, it will ask code build to start a new poisoned build. This is gonna happen kind of parallel to the legitimate build. So the legitimate build will always finish before the legitimate build package, artifact package will be stored in the S3 bucket, and then we will start a poisoned build. In this case, we use the override parameters. So the artifact override will specify the randomized name of the legitimate package. So when it is stored, it overrides the good one. And the second, we leverage the build spec override to inject our own malicious poison to the script. But the tool doesn't do any harm to your system, so it's okay. It does two tasks. The first one is it sends a post request to the CPPT API for monitoring purposes, also to demonstrate that the container or the server where these are executed have access to the internet and demonstrate that data filtration is possible. And the second task is to create a file. This happens at container side, and in this case, the file is stored at the artifact package to demonstrate that you can tamper with the artifact package to include other things. And it also happens at the server where a file is created at the root directory with root access rights, of course, to demonstrate the risk of code execution. And I have a live environment demonstration for this. So I have a nice video. In the left-hand side, you will see the enterprise point of view, the AWS environment. There you go, the Hello World pipeline. In this case, you have the source and the build phases with code commit, code build, and then there is others which covers the manual approval. So all those unit tests, etc., you can put them there, and the deploy via code deploy. Of course, the enterprise also has a deployment server, which I will show in a second. There we go. It's just a basic Amazon Linux 2 AMI. There's nothing really installed. I want just to show that the root directory is clean. It doesn't contain any strange files. So I will list it. Can take a second. There you go. There is no CPPT was here file, which is the one that our tool will request to be generated when poisoning. And now I will show you the part of the developer. So the CPPT tool, the script will be in the right-hand side and the API will be shown in the left-hand side. There you go. So in the left, you see the API, which contains the URL and the key. That is provided to the script in the right-hand side. So we will target the Hello World pipeline, and we will provide URL and API key. And there is also the credentials of the user in between that I will show in a moment. There you go, the IRF dev. This one has only one inline policy with 2 actions. There is no other type of boundaries, and it provides the code pipeline options. So list action executions and start build. There are no groups, so no extra actions allowed. And this is the access key, the only one that is provided to the script, so that the script can call the services on behalf of the developer. So now let's see it in action. I start the script, which you see it is not allowed to do code build. Of course, it doesn't have those access. So it went for the code pipeline option, and I start an execution of the pipeline. In this case, the source works quite fast, but we're not really interested into the source package. We're interested into the artifact package name. So the build goes on in the next phase. And here the legitimate one is running. At some point, code pipeline is going to notify code build the name of the randomized new artifact package, and our tool is going to be able to find it. There you go. At that point, it does the 2 steps. The first one is to start a new poison build. So our poison build is already ongoing, and it reached out to the API to notify I poisoned a new execution, and it will now monitor it. So you can see the table. There will be a moment in which the container will reach out to the API. It may take a few seconds. Normally it's under 30 seconds, but there it is. And now I just go and continue with the execution as normal. Manual approval, everybody, all the stakeholders were okay with the results, so why not? Let's go on, and we go to the deploy phase. Here, similar, the server needs to download the package. It will open our poison one and take the app spec file, and it will reach out to the CPPT API. This may take a few seconds. There we go. So it already notified. Most likely our file is already stored. And the deploy phase still needs to finish. So for the sake of all the green lights, let's wait for it. There it is. I go back to the server. And I will do exactly the same process. I will just list the root directory to show you that the file is actually there. Let's wait a few seconds. There it is, created as root. So that's basically it from the live demo. Now, when I realized about these potential risks, I put them under the view of experts in the team, and we try to be critical and evaluate whether these risks are actually relevant for the real code. Because is exfiltration really an issue, since our developers can already read the code and read the documentation, so they have a lot of information, and this is true. But putting aside the security-related passwords, configuration, signing certificates, in many enterprises, in confidential projects, the code base is divided into different layers. These can be components, libraries, or even branches, and the access is actually segregated. So in this case, this allows bypassing those cases because code build requires access to the full source code, and not only a part that the developer may have access to. Second, tampering, is it really a problem? I mean, our developers can write the code that gets into the pipeline. And it's true, and this is a known risk, and that is why in a secure SDLC environment, security controls are implemented, like peer code review, to avoid that one person only can actually just push code that ends up in the application, to avoid these rogue developers. However, code build allows to bypass those and inject code directly during the building process, so there is no real way to check it. Third, is execution really a problem, especially in modern and very agile CI/CD pipelines? Developers become really important, and they often have access throughout the full pipeline, including the server instance, to do some configuration tasks or other installation tasks that are required. And this is true, but in that case, this is a risk that is known, accepted, and potentially security controls are implemented to limit the access of that developer. However, with this risk, code build allows you to find a shadowy way to get into the server, and potentially you will never find out what actually went wrong unless you're aware of this potential risk. And last, these developers are actually our colleagues. We have coffee with them, we have lunch with them, so we should trust them, right? And that's true, but I would like you to consider some other cases, like credentials can be leaked. It couldn't be the first time that GitHub a repository that is publicly available contains developer credentials, and there are others like blackmailing or other types of breaches, right? So we took all this and we notified AWS because we thought this is an issue. This should not really be allowed, or at least it should be more obvious that this action is more than just start running a build. And we thought somehow that the problem was on the software level. So the design of this functionality was not properly thought from a security mindset, because it allows quite a lot of powerful actions. But AWS responded that this is intended behavior. Start build functions as they expect. There is nothing but, and this is true. And they also state that it's the responsibility of the customer to define who actually has access to this action and whatnot. We can discuss whether it is properly explained, how critical it is, and whether they use it or not in their policies in a more easy or more confidential level manner. But yeah, it's the way it is. It's their decision. So it's basically our problem to take care of it. That's why I would like to propose a couple of approaches that you can reduce or mitigate this risk. The first one is, if you can deny the access to the start build action, just do it. Let's go and put an explicit deny. And then automate the execution, the start of the pipeline execution. This can be done via hooks. So every time new code is pushed to the master branch, start a new pipeline execution. Why not? I know that this does not fit everybody, because some specific needs will require your developers to somehow start in a more manual fashion these builds. And if that is the case, I see two options. The first one is your users don't require these override parameters. And in that case, you can use a Lambda function as a proxy. So the developer will call the Lambda function, and the Lambda function will call the start build on behalf of the developer without using the override parameters. The second option, and the most complex one, is if you really need those override parameters for your developers. In this case, the best option is to rethink your CI/CD pipeline. So identify and evaluate those sensitive tasks like code signing, for example, and then split them. Make sure that they are in different code build projects and that they are ordered. The ordering is important, because if you allow human access to tasks prior to, for example, that code signing, everything that's happened before has effect. So if new code is introduced, it is signed, and then it becomes trusted. And last, deny access, especially to the sensitive tasks, and as many tasks as you can, of course. So that is everything from my side. It has been a great pleasure to be here with you today. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I hope to see you soon. I will be answering your questions in the chat, so feel free to comment and share your questions, of course.
Wow, that was such an awesome session from Azia.
That was an amazing session.
Okay, well, let's address the elephant in the room first. Developer Steve, what happened?
I've got extra security now. I've got chainmail on. Fun fact: I did make this myself, not recently, many moons ago. It does take a while to make chainmail.
Wasn't your lockdown activity?
Yeah, had some knitting, got some knitting needles going. Had some wire like coiled up. Yeah.
I thought that was just you just had too much coffee. That's why I was trying to just hold on to.
Skittles and soft drink, maybe.
Skittles and soft drinks.
Oh. Sugar high.
Yeah, totally.
So, but those sessions were great.
Sorry, go on. No, go on. I was just going to talk about your thing, but go on.
Yeah, I made this like so many years ago just to see if I could make chainmail, and it turns out I can. But then, like, I didn't know what to do with it until recently, when we all started streaming so much in the last year. And I was like, you know what? Actually, it does also go with, and I just ruined my scene a little bit, but I do also have a sword. I didn't make this. I just, with the things you collect over the years. No, I was gonna. I was going to say how much I enjoyed those last sessions. In particular, GovTech Singapore, Linda Chang talking about CICD, which as we were talking about earlier, I've been doing some stuff in. So yeah, those were fabulous sessions.
Yeah, Linda's session definitely was one of my highlights too. Awesome. So what do we have up next? I mean, we're more than halfway through the APJ region. We've only got a few sessions left to go. We've got Josh Stella coming up after the break, and then Peter. I love the title of his talk, Securing Your Pipelines with Taco. Spoiler alert, I know that there is a taco does feature in his slides that his daughter drew. So I love a taco. It's probably one of my favorite meals.
Just messy. Yeah, I mean, you've got the whole like dropping of things. See, gravity.
It's all an art. It's all an art.
It is. Be so much more fun eating that in like no gravity. But anyway, no, we've got some great talks coming up. I am especially excited to see said taco talk as well.
Yeah, well, it seems like all three of us are hungry. That's why we're like all three of us. I mean, at least similar to you, Sam. My favorite food is also taco, like the soft tacos, not the hard ones. I don't know. Like, see, I could totally become a taco connoisseur. Like, which ones do you like the more? But hard tacos or soft tacos? Which ones are your favorite?
Oh, I see. The hard tacos do have a little like different flavor to them, but soft tacos are just easier to eat and just really yummy. To me, it's all about the topping. So, like, what's in the taco? Like, I love a fish taco.
Oh, steak tacos. I just like clearly very close to lunchtime. Are you a fan of taco as well, developer Steve?
I am, and also I feel there's a new developer joke here, something around shell access, but we won't go there for this one. Actually, speaking of, you had a really good joke, didn't you, Ashish?
Well, considering you're putting me on the spot, I might have to go, but just bring up my own. So here it is, and people don't hate me for this. Why couldn't the HTML unordered list be trusted?
Why?
Because there were lies everywhere, links everywhere, lies everywhere.
Lies, yeah, the HTML. Yeah, that was.
Oh, at least I'm glad. At least, yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm going to put the attendees out of the pain here with these jokes. Come on.
Well, I just have one more.
Okay, do it.
No, that's all right. I'm just gonna. I was gonna say they're shift left joke, but I'm like, but then I realized
the right audience.
It is a shift left audience.
Do the shift left joke. Do it.
Wait. Why can't? Why can't my pipeline be secure? Because I can't shift left.
Can
I get sound effects?
Yeah, totally do that. Clearly, talent is flowing through this.
Normally I'm the one getting face palms, but this time I'm going to get.
This time you're sharing the love.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's what the chainmail's for, to protect me from face palms.
Face palms. So whilst we put everyone out of the misery of these terrible dad jokes or tech jokes and our need for food at the moment, we'll start a food streaming channel after this. I want to remind everyone that our sponsors are still here and still active within their booths. There are also live sessions going on within the sponsor booths as well, so go check out their agendas. That Nintendo Switch is still up for grabs in the Stack Hawk booth, so go see them. Sysdig is giving away some cool swag, and they have an AWS Quest challenge. Word on the street is quite fun to play, so definitely go check it out and have a play with that. And then CloudBees is giving away $100 Amazon vouchers. All you have to do is watch a video, answer a question in the chat. You get a good old $100 to spend over the summer break or the winter break if you're down under. Completely forgot about that. I mean, I'm from South Africa originally, so I know that it's winter right now in the Southern Hemisphere, but I forget living in London. So please go say hello to them. As developer Steve mentioned before, all the proceeds from DevSecCon 24 are going to charities. Charities are looking to support inclusivity and diversity within tech. And we couldn't do it without the sponsors that are here today. And they're awesome partners. So they've got great products. Go chat to them and see what they're up to.
I actually went and chatted to a couple while I was watching some of the sessions. It was great. And yeah, you can, I mean, I was geeking out with a few. So yes, totally highly recommended, and some great prizes, some great causes.
Did you want to share about the DevSecOps award as well?
Yes,
Annual
let's talk about the awards. Actually, let's actually bring it up.
You have this prepared earlier?
Let me show you guys who our last year winners were. So I'm gonna share my screen. So if you go on to, did that work? No, it didn't. If you go on to DevSecCon.com, I'm going to click the right thing here. There we go. You will find our leadership awards. You can nominate in 3 different categories this year, well, every year. We're looking for the most inspiring DevSecOps individual, the most effective DevSecOps team, and an outstanding DevSecOps community. This is the 3rd year it's been running. Once you nominate, there's a nomination form here. You can see our last year's winners. So for an inspiring team, individual, Tanya Junker took the prize for that, obviously with the amazing work she's been doing. The SIG security team won the team award, and last year the lovely humans from the DevSecOps community won the community award. Really, really amazing work that they did in 2020, and we'd love to hear from you who we should be nominating or awarding in 2021. We're actually going to be giving out the live awards at our London event in October. Don't worry if you are, it is a global award. So if you do win an award and you're based in APJ and you can't get over to London, which is unfortunate, we will be sending your awards across to you. So please nominate yourselves, your teams, your communities. Would love to hear who's doing great things in the DevSecOps space.
I was thinking about the people who are watching this in parallel to while doing work as well. Hello, thank you for watching this in parallel to your actual work. We appreciate that. Yeah. But I think very worthwhile calling out outside of this as well, the kind of work that you guys have been doing. I've been part of a few conversations, but a lot of people may not know that we have the Slack community that's active outside of DevSecCon as well, not just when DevSecCon is running.
Yeah, so that's the awesome thing about DevSecCon. It's not just a 24-hour conference, it's a global community. And it really is made up of a mix of individuals within security operations and development. We chat on the Slack often on things that are going on day to day. We have monthly events globally. We have regional communities in London, Germany, India, and more chapters coming soon, as well as then our in-person events globally and DevSecCon 24 and our podcast. So if this is something you guys are enjoying, please join us on Slack. Check out DevSecCon.com and join a community close to you. And if you don't find a community close to you and you'd love to see a chapter in your area, reach out. There's an application form online, or you can message me on Twitter, on the Slack, smoke signals, as I say, as we'd love to chat about bringing more of this content locally to humans and really talking about security everywhere.
Sounds like an awesome idea.
Totally joining that Slack as well. I've had some great conversations in there over the past months. I've even been able to help some people with CFP submissions, for example. So always up for that. If anyone is looking to do CFPs for conferences and wants a second set of eyes over it, or a third or a fourth, whatever, more than happy to help there. And the community is so open and welcoming that anyone would probably do the same thing. Anyone will do the same thing. I'm going to say that.
They will. We do have a speaker clinic program. So if it is something you want to get involved in, please reach out. And we'd love to hear from you. We'd also love you to try out new content, looking at different ways to also, not all of it is just live streaming sessions like this, even though these sessions are amazing. We have lots of interactive, different things to do as well, and discussions and roundtable type more conversations around that side of things.
And if people are interested, they can even become DevSecOps chapter lead as well, right?
Yes. So we have an amazing group of chapter leaders, and we're looking to grow that all the time. And as I said, bring this content to more places globally. So if you'd like to see a chapter in your area, reach out, because we'd love to help you and support you in getting that set up.
Definitely. And I think especially if you are someone who loves being part of the community and sharing with the community, I think all of us already do this on an ongoing basis, but a community is never small enough or big enough. There's always space for more people to come in. So never think that, hey, there's only too many meetups or too many conversations that are happening. So I don't know if it's relevant, but I'm pretty sure if you reach out to anyone over here, they'll all tell you this. Now start something, because you just don't know. Like people just might be interested in dressing up like a knight and coming onto live streams.
Exactly. And you actually brought up a good point. So the nice thing about our DevSecCon chapters is if you have a community and you're like, this is great, but I mean, I've been running communities for 10 years now. I know sometimes you can feel like a solo knight trying to get this all put together, and you'd like to come into the DevSecCon family and look at the support of other chapter leaders as well as the amazing speaker network we have, you're more than welcome to reach out to us about growing or joining our family in that way. So don't feel like you have to start one from scratch. There's some awesome communities out there, and we'd love to it's really nice to join forces and help each other and kind of grow the community in that way. So also reach out if you've got one, but you're thinking of what more you can do. So what's coming up next, guys? As I said, we've got 2 more sessions. We're all looking forward to the taco session. We are then also jumping on a break, and we're heading into the EMEA region later today. And I'm really excited for some of the content in the EMEA region. For everyone watching that can stay online, I know the time zones are a bit strange. It is currently now almost 3 a.m. where I am, so it's getting a bit late. But all the sessions are going to be accessible on YouTube before the end of the week. I'd like to say after the session, but hopefully I can get, them all uploaded. But if you are able to stay, there's some awesome stuff coming on. We've got Brian joining us as the live host with Matt Jarvis, and actually the original founder of DevSecCon and chairman, Francois, will be joining us as well. So you get to hear all about how DevSecCon came to be. With some really awesome sessions. And we've got a lot of stuff in the cloud, API security. I know we've got some sort of mobile security coming up, talking about the, what's it called? The sour mint vulnerability that was found. So some really great sessions.
Actually, the EMEA time zone for AEST, Australian Eastern Standard Time, means it starts at 7 p.m. through the magic wizardry of time zones, which would be about 9 p.m. New Zealand time off the top of my head. I hope I got that right. It's pretty close anyway.
You are good at that. I messed up the time zones putting this together. This event so many times. It was ridiculous.
You're on a 24-hour clock today, so I would not take that against you, but appreciate you guys hanging out as well.
Awesome. So we'll let everyone grab a tea, a coffee, a beer, whatever you fancy, and whatever time of day it is. No judgment here. If we're at a physical conference, we'd be running around eating cookies and chatting. And then we will see you back here in just under 4 minutes for our next session with Natalie. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. When is our next session?
Josh Stella.
Josh Stella, Natalie is in the EMEA region. Josh Stella, awesome session. We'll see you here in 3 minutes.
Sweet. See ya.
See you.
Hi, my name is Josh Stella, and I'm going to be talking to you today about serverless security, and particularly how folks can leverage it, hackers that is, to steal your data and get into your accounts, and how you can prevent them. A lot of this is going to be focused on IAM and AWS, but the concepts are similar across the different cloud providers. I am the co-founder and CEO/CTO of Fugue. Fugue is a cloud security software company, SaaS company. And this is really all I've done for about a decade. Prior to founding Fugue, I was a principal SA at AWS, focused on national security kinds of environments, Department of Defense, and so on. So I've spent about the last 10 years working on this stuff. And hopefully that gives me a few things to tell you about that will make you think. All right, what we're going to do today, we've only got a half hour, so we're going to go pretty quick. I'm going to set the table on serverless security and IAM. I'm going to do a deep dive into IAM and other kinds of misconfigurations in serverless cloud environments, because they are fundamentally different than data center kinds of environments or virtual machine oriented kinds of environments. I'm going to give you some recommendations, and we'll have some Q&A. All right, let's just dive in. So why do we need to rethink security in a serverless world? It's for a number of reasons. The principal one is that serverless applications are fundamentally distributed applications. A lot of what would be handled kind of in memory, one function talking to another on the same server, in a serverless application is a network call, is going across a network boundary. Very often those network boundaries are kind of invisible. And so IAM, Identity and Access Management on AWS, and similar kinds of services on Azure and Google, really define that network. Okay, and this is a new way to think about IAM. IAM is the fundamental network in serverless applications, and we'll come back to that quite a bit. All right, and many of those potential misconfigurations involving IAM in serverless are not seen as problems by compliance frameworks like NIST 800-53 or SOC 2 or CIS. Those grew out of a more traditional software architecture running on more traditional servers, and they think of the world that way. Serverless is very, very different, and so they're not always going to be super helpful to you. Therefore, a lot of these potential misconfigurations, these dangerous configurations, exploitable configurations, are not seen as vulnerabilities by your security teams. So you might be passing audits and the security team's happy and still have these vulnerabilities in your environment. Also, things only become apparent, a lot of these misconfigurations, in the full context of the environment. If you're talking about a Lambda function, you can think about the security of the particular Lambda function on its own, and that's fine. But much more important is where it sits and what it's talking to and what's around it and what are those connections. All right. This combination makes these things really common in serverless environments. It's really common for people to make security mistakes when designing a serverless architecture. And that means a lot of applications built this way are exploitable. And in the cloud, very often, when you are exploited, when you are hacked, you don't know about it, even afterwards, unless the hacker, asks you for money or, brags on the internet or something like this. So it's a real problem. It's a complex problem. All right, I want to talk about the shared responsibility model in cloud, because this is where serverless is really your friend. Okay, so what the shared responsibility model is, and this presentation is talking about AWS specifically. Of course, Fugue, our product, works on all three of the big cloud providers, but I had to pick one. to deep dive on. So we're doing AWS, and that's where I came from. So the shared responsibility model really says for security of your applications, there's the stuff AWS is responsible for, or Microsoft or Google, and there's the stuff you're responsible for. And so on this diagram from AWS, you can see the orange stuff is what they're taking responsibility for. So that's things down at the bottom, like actual physical locations. Can somebody walk into a data center, who doesn't have authorization and things like that? And that's expressed in regions and AZs and edge locations. And then there's the network that connects the cloud together, the AWS cloud together. And then there are the services themselves, but not the configuration of the services, the maintenance of the services, the compute, storage, database, networking services. And of course, there's also software that they offer, higher order software. So that's what AWS are saying that they are responsible for. Everything else is you. And that means all of your data encryption, all of your network layer, all of your identity and access management, your operating systems, your firewall configurations, all the customer data, that's all on you. Okay, so the reason I'm showing this in a serverless context is Fugue, in our early version of our product, we were building on top of virtual machines. We're building on top of EC2 instances, and later we re-architected to be pretty much 100% serverless, function as a service, using Lambda and some containers, but we try to stick with Lambda where we can. And the beauty of this is there's so much of the attack surface that we have shifted to AWS by doing this. So we don't run any operating systems. It was really interesting. We were getting a SOC 2 audit, and they said, how do you patch your operating systems in your production environment? We said, well, we don't manage any operating systems in our production environment. And that's a beautiful thing. AWS and Microsoft, et cetera, the CSPs are really good at that stuff, and they do this all day for a living. And there is no business benefit to me, to Fugue, for maintaining operating systems. It doesn't do anything for us. It's just overhead, and risk. So when you're doing serverless, you are shifting a lot of the responsibility back onto the cloud service provider, and that is a really good thing. However, you have to understand that when you do that, and you're going to the distributed architecture that I was talking about before in serverless, where you're going to have a lot more connections between things and a lot more objects connected, you have to understand the cost of that, which is that you really need to take ownership of how you are securing those interactions in that distributed system. And that's what we're going to focus on today. All right. That's all my slides. I think I have a couple at the end just with some suggestions and so on, but I'm not a big fan of slides. I'm going to whiteboard today mostly. All right. So some core concepts around cloud security. So one core concept in cloud security is how you describe policies that allow things to talk to each other. So again, using AWS today, when we're doing these kinds of policies, there are a few primary kinds of things. So we have principles. A principal is like a user. Maybe this one's me. But it can also be I'll just put a Lambda in here and call it foo. A principal can also be a piece of your architecture, a piece of your application. And this is, in fact, how you do security and connections in these serverless architectures, okay? So principals are actors. Principals are, if you ever did UML, you would have actors, right? They're things that set other events in motion, all right? So we've got principles, and then we have actions. And that's stuff like, get object, from an S3 bucket. There are thousands and thousands of these actions in any of these clouds. You know, EC2 alone has over 400 different actions that are in that service. And what you're going to find is that pretty much the entire capability of the cloud, with very, very few exceptions, things you have to pick up a phone for, are going to be done through these actions. It's just a big, long list of verbs, all right? And then we have resources. Boy, I'm not drawing too well today. So resources are things like, let's have an S3 bucket, we'll call it bar. And, you know, you might have a container, you might have other lambdas, you might have an RDS database, but resources are the instances of cloud services. They're the actual things, the things that have, you know, IDs associated with them. All right, so there is a default policy in AWS for all of these interactions, which is deny. Okay, so if a principal, like let's say Josh over here, I want to get an object from S3. So I want to be able to call get object on this S3 bucket. Well, out of the box, I'm going to get denied because, first of all, I don't have allowance to use the get object action. And then I also don't have allowance to talk to the S3 bucket called bar. So policies are how we open these connections up in the cloud between different things, okay? And they can be extremely limited. You might have a policy, and in this case expressed as IAM, that only allows me to see one S3 bucket and, you know, really, really restricts me. Where we get in trouble is when those policies are overly general or kind of overly liberal, too permissive. We open up too much stuff. It's very common, for example, in IAM policies, which is largely what we're going to be talking about today. There are other kinds, to use like resource star, like any S3. And that can make sense, but in serverless, it really doesn't. And we'll get into why. Okay, but the idea here is the way you can connect things in a functional graph, you know, data flow or whatever, is through these allowances to talk to each other, to perform specific actions on specific resources. All right, that's just the way this stuff is done. And if you think about that, well, let's graph that out. Let's diagram that and talk about what the implications are. Because typically in a serverless application, you're gonna have a lot of functions. Okay, quite a lot. Let's talk about just you know, a good starting architecture. You want some kind of a gateway. Maybe you start with, you know, the API gateway, right? And then you'll probably have a number of kind of handler lambdas for the different kinds of requests that come in through your application through that gateway. So that's a very typical pattern. Depending on, you know, what the request is coming through the gateway, it gets routed to the appropriate initial function, which then sets off a chain of events. And very typically what you'll have in serverless functions are kind of way back here somewhere. You'll have, excuse me, things like your database, right? Or you might have S3. You're going to have persistence, data persistence somewhere. And then you're going to have a chain of functions. Typically, sometimes they're going to persistent storage and then that fires another function, and sometimes it's direct, but you're probably going to have a lot of these guys sitting out here that get chained together in different ways. All right. And some of them, and because each function, I mean, a well-designed serverless application, in my opinion, should have idempotency at a function level. It should, generally speaking, except for things that are going to persistent storage, which should be few, you should limit where you do that, because it creates vulnerability, and it also creates complexity and dependency just architecturally. You're going to have these things talking to each other. So if I come in and say, okay, I'm just going to use a blue pen here. As some user, some guy out on the internet, or lady out on the internet, asks my app to do something, therefore hits the API gateway. Maybe it's with an API call, maybe it's a web browser invocation, whatever it is, they hit the front of it. And that's going to get routed to one of these lambdas. Now, let's say that this particular function requires a path through these lambdas that looks like this. Okay, so step one was API gateway to initial lambda. Step two is initial lambda fires, maybe it fires a couple of lambdas, but let's just focus on this kind of southern route I've drawn here. Lambda A, I'll just name it here. Let's call this A and B. Lambda A invokes Lambda B, and Lambda B drops something in S3. And when that gets dropped in S3, Lambda C is looking at that S3 bucket, performs some function, writes something to a database, and then somewhere along the line here, maybe it also talks to this guy, and that goes back and returns back out to the user, right? So what we're doing here is we're tracing the flow of invocations and actions that these serverless objects need to have in order to perform their function. So this is going to be done through their IAM role. And let me switch to a web browser and just show you that briefly. I'm going to show you an EC2 instance, but it works the same way. So this is our product Fugue. We do these diagrams for you. This is not a pitch session, but it's really handy because Fugue will let you explore all the details of your configuration and find security flaws. So here I've selected an EC2 instance, and you can see right here, it has an IAM instance profile and an IAM role. Now, what those are the permissions, the allowances, right? The holes through the deny walls that compute infrastructure has. We've assigned it to it. And so this is a really, really powerful idea, because as you're constructing, your application, you don't really have to worry about network. You don't have to worry about what subnet something is in, or having ACLs or any of that stuff. And you really, security groups become much less important in these serverless applications for the most part than they are in other kinds, because you're really defining the ability for these things to talk to each other through their IAM roles. So I teach a lot of classes on security in the cloud. You can check out our YouTube channel. There's a bunch up there. But this one is focused on serverless. In the other ones, I will often say, try not to proliferate IAM roles. Try not to make too many of them, because if you do, you're going to have to manage them. And that becomes its own burden. Well, if you're doing serverless, that's a burden you're going to have to take on, is my opinion. So what your goal here is, as you're defining these policies, and I'm going to use, what should I use? I'll use a green marker. You want only the actual transactions, only the actions to only the resources that Lambda needs, that function needs. You don't want any other. So you don't want you could, for example, have a Lambda A could have the ability to do an execute on Lambda B, or an execute on all Lambdas. All Lambdas is bad. Don't do that. You want it only on B. Well, when you start thinking, or whatever the collection of Lambdas it needs to execute, because execute allowance, right, permission to execute is dangerous. It's dangerous if a hacker gets a hold of it. Oh, I should talk about what hackers are going to try to do. So what hackers are always trying to do in the cloud, and even when they break into servers, compute instances or containers, typically what they don't really care about that. It's a means to an end. What they're trying to get are API keys. Almost always, they are trying to get API keys that provide those permissions and allowances I was talking about. Okay, so when that Lambda is invoked, it invokes with a set of permissions, and if you can get a hold of its permissions, then you can use them to your own end and do exploration. For example, 90% of hacking is discovery. It may be 95, maybe 99. Mostly it's learning about the environment. So if a hacker manages to get a hold of API keys that are being used in your application, you don't want them to be able to do much with them. You want a very limited blast radius. So you'll read a lot about in the news, I think it was the several of the Uber breaches where there were admin level API keys in a GitHub repo that a hacker got to that were long lived. That's really bad. Don't ever do that. Don't ever have long lived administrative API keys unless it's a total junk environment like a sandbox or something. So what in serverless, what you're wanting to do is have the most limited allowances you can, the least permissive, right? The least privilege in the system, but you're doing this on this big distributed graph. And that gets really complex. So one recommendation that I think the only kind of sane way to handle this is to make automation of building those policies part of your application development. So every time you deploy a version of the app, we have hundreds of Lambdas at Fugue. We do, billions of processes with those. We manage millions of cloud security resources for cloud security for our customers. And when we deploy a new Lambda or modify an existing one, part of the job is to make sure it is least privileged and that its permissions are automatically built as part of it being built. It's just another part of writing that piece of the app. And I think that's the only really kind of sane way to deal with what is a pretty complex scenario. So if you automate these things, you're going to end up with a lot of IAM roles and a lot of policies, and that's okay in serverless. So we're getting close to the end of our time, and I do want to talk about some things other than just how to construct your IAM. In a half an hour, I have to cover this at a pretty high level, but again, on our YouTube channel, we've got deeper content on this stuff as well. All right, so that's our deep dive for today, but I want to get to some of these recommendations. All right, so right at the top, least privilege, one IAM role per function. Other things to focus on: be really careful about cross-account IAM. That can expose you in ways that are hard to even be aware of or see, and it's quite dangerous. So if you're doing any cross-account IAM stuff, you're going to need to be especially careful and keep track of exactly what's doing what, and have a lot of governance there. And these are the kinds of things that our product and others can help you with too. Yeah, we didn't really talk about code injection. In one form of this this talk, we actually go into source code for a Lambda and show you where you can make errors. But in the world of serverless, you don't have an operating system to hack into. So the hacker is very often, they're either attacking straight against the API, CSP API, or they're trying to hack into the function itself and get the permissions and go from there. So you still have to write secure code. You have to write secure application code. So a good idea to do code reviews, and in particular, look out for event injection types of potential breaches. All right, delete lambdas you're no longer using. Delete everything you're no longer using. Stuff you've forgotten about, orphaned infrastructure often is a really wonderful attack surface for hackers because you're probably not maintaining it. And if it's still sitting out there, even if you're not really using it, it probably still has permissions to do stuff. So that's a really bad combination. So get rid of stuff you're not using. All right, within the actual serverless functions themselves, you want to minimize the dependencies and you want to keep them up to date so that you're avoiding vulnerabilities in your libraries, right? And there are products out there, you know, Sonatype and others that can help with that. Okay, yeah, this next one's an interesting one. Don't use the Lambda execution environment to store user data or events. This avoids potential for data leaking across invocations. So this is something a lot of folks don't think about, but if you are storing any data in that Lambda, the next time that Lambda gets invoked, that data might still be around. And very often in these architectures, that is not going to be for the same user, right? So user A comes in and invokes that Lambda to log in or whatever. And then the next time that Lambda gets invoked, it's a different user, but there may be data cached sitting in that execution environment from user A's login when user B gets there. And if user B is a hacker and is exploiting that Lambda in order to do things like, you know, extract information from it, they might get user data there. They might get dangerous data there. So be aware of that anything that you are bringing into the execution environment, memory-wise, data-wise, is potentially a cross invocation data leak. All right. Yeah, avoid executing shell scripts within lambdas if possible. This says especially if handling user input. I would say just avoid it. It opens up a whole other realm of potential error. Yeah, lambdas shouldn't be sitting there on with a public IP address in front of, you know, just exposed to the world. You should be putting them behind something like the API gateway and using the appropriate authentication mechanisms in API gateway, which are really good. All right, and yeah, protect your APIs with a WAF, including APIs in front of Lambda functions. So they're you still have to be worried about that application security. All right, so some key takeaways. Serverless security is deeply architectural. It has to be built into your architecture when you're doing serverless, because your architecture is no longer function calling function in memory. It's function calling function over a distributed network. And but you still do need to write secure code. So each Lambda needs to be secure, and the way you string them together needs to be secure. Yeah, new serverless code can still contain the old well-known vulnerabilities, of course. You know, if you're using a library that has a CVE on it, you're still using a library that can be exploited. So we've talked about this a lot. IAM is your primary vulnerability surface, not the only one. Lambdas can be reused across multiple requests, and data remains available for future invocations. This is an interesting one that I didn't talk about. Usually people think about putting things in VPCs as a security benefit. In the case of Lambdas, arguably it's the opposite. That when you put them in VPCs, what you're actually doing is allowing other ways to get to them through policy. So VPCs can provide an attacker with a path they wouldn't have, and they don't necessarily add to your security posture. You have to look at your specific app to do your own analysis of this, but I think usually it's worse, not better, from a security perspective to use VPCs. All right, define core secure configurations and use those in a base template for Lambda instances in terms of limiting your dependencies and so on. You don't want a proliferation of code libraries and dependencies across your fleet. You really want to manage those. Yeah, use the tool that can evaluate your cloud configurations for security and compliance. We can help you with that. There are other vendors. Oh, right. EC2 resources that are sitting in your environment can be a really nice attack vector for going after your serverless. So be very aware of that. And you know, compliance rules aren't gonna help you much here. You really have to be thinking in a serverless way, and you want to think about, you know, least privilege, etc. Okay, so here is my contact info. I'm around for some Q&A, and it's been fun talking to you. You can reach me at josh@fugue.co, not .com, but co. And thanks much for attending the session. I hope you enjoyed it.
Hello and welcome to DevSecCon 24. This is me, Peter Madison. I'm here to give you the talk on securing your pipes with a TACO, which is really about the people and process of automating governance. I always have these talks structured around these talk maps. So this idea of we're going to start with an introduction, we're going to run through a little bit about what risk is, some things about automating governance and how you can go about doing that, and why and how to make a TACO. And then we're going to wrap up with some Q&A and some final points. So who am I? I'm Peter Madison. I'm a coach, a consultant, and founder of a consultancy called Zodiac out of Toronto, Canada. I do all sorts of things in my career, from being a program manager to rolling out global identity systems to helping organizations adopt value stream management. And these days I work a lot on risk as it's associated to value streams. So I'm going to start us off here for a way of introduction to talk about the fast-paced world we live in. And we're in a world where we have to be able to deliver value to our customers quickly. Customers demand instant gratification. We all carry around these little black rectangles that have these applications on them. And if the application isn't doing what we want, we'll download another one that does. And we've gone from this world in the past where it was all about we buy technology based on how much it costs, what's the cheapest I can get that thing for, to a world where we were buying technology based on the introduction of how everything integrated, all of the different capabilities we could build off of the networked capabilities of different technology we could glue together. And we're now moving into this world where it's really the customer that's driving the experience, the customer that dictates the value. And a lot of the complexity is being put behind the scenes. And our companies now need to be able to move towards this idea of value delivery. How do we deliver value faster to our customers? And there's lots of tools out there that will help you accelerate your value delivery, all sorts of things that'll do this. But it's really, these efforts tend to fail more from a lack of clarity, not the tools. There's lots of things in organizations and the way that we work together that get in the way of us being able to actually deliver this value to our clients. So a lot of the work that I'm going to talk about through this presentation comes from some work I did a few years ago with a couple of large banks where we were looking at helping them accelerate their DevOps strategy, helping them move from a very traditional SDLC setup to one where we had much more continuous delivery-ish type processes in place, and that we were starting to look at different ways of operating, different ways of learning. And a large part of this ended up being all around security, compliance, and how do we start to get those aligned into the way that we both build our pipelines and that we deliver value. So a lot of the things that we had to do all involved change, and change is a very tough thing. We have to be able to change, but we're very bad at it. We really shy away from it. And one of the big things that we need to be able to do in order to go through or to accept any change is to be able to say, okay, we're good. We accept the risks and we're okay to make this change for us. And along comes DevOps, where we can say, okay, so people, process, and tools working together deliver rapid and continuous delivery of value to customers. This is wonderful. And as we're saying, it's like there's still all of this focus on the tools, a little bit on the processes, and we moved some processes into the tools without really looking at the process and how they change. But we haven't really spent as much time as we should on what does this do to the people as we're changing. And it's all very easy, right? It's so easy to bring all of these new ways of working, introduce all these new factors, these new tools, all of this new change as we move forward to start to get better at value delivery.
it's a lot to cope with. And human beings aren't necessarily all that good at dealing with change. We go through these stages as we look at change, and new paradigms and new ways of working, and all of the new things that we have to learn send us through this. And we often start with this idea that, well, we don't want to do this. It's like, it's not going to happen to us. We're going to ignore it completely, to complaining, no, you can't do that. That'll never work here, to starting to plead with people that, please don't do this to me, to actually sulking and complaining about, well, okay, I guess we have to do it now, to finally accepting the change. And a lot of what we're talking about when we start to adopt DevOps type practices and Agile type practices is, how do we lower this adoption curve? How do we make it easier for us to adopt change? How do we make it easier for the organization to take change on and do this faster? So going back to the engagements that I was doing, we'd started down this. They were doing some of the right things, and I started to help them build out some platforms and look at, okay, how do we start to create platforms that make it easier so that it's not so difficult to change, so it's easier to onboard people, build out blueprinted pipelines that we can provide to our development teams. Will then be able to integrate all of these products and solve a lot of where their pain points are, so they can get faster at being able to deliver value. And so we drew a lot of pictures. We set up a number of communities. We started to educate and train and upskill and introduce new concepts out into the teams. And this went relatively well and had some good impact. But then we started to hit a wall. And the wall that we were hitting, working within a large regulated organization, was the one around audit and compliance. And there was these problems where, okay, so we're accelerating it. We've built these pipelines. Yes, it allows us to overcome certain what were very manual control gates previously, but we needed some other ways of being able to demonstrate that we were doing the right things, because we hadn't necessarily brought the security, compliance, and audit, or even maybe architecture into the understanding of, hey, look, what we're doing isn't really breaking any of the rules that you have. How do we demonstrate to you that we're doing the right thing and that we're going to do the right thing at speed? And what is it you need to be able to do that in order for you to see that? So that was the introduction. So that's kind of setting the stage for the kind of problem set that we were seeing all around DevOps, and how we started to run into these problems dealing with what we might want to call the safety part of the organization, the compliance, audit, security, all of those parts of the organization. Now let's talk a little bit about risk. So now, if we look at governance, risk, and compliance, this is a way of looking at how we manage risk within the organization. And this really is about what are the different things that we can do to both understand risk and put into place to ensure that we are properly identifying those risks and managing them appropriately for the circumstances that we're doing things. Unfortunately, in a lot of times in organizations, where these practices are sometimes done with a group that's sort of somewhat aligned to what technology is doing, but they're often off to one side, and they're much smaller, and they don't necessarily have the capacity to be able to be involved in every decision that's being made. So we needed some ways to bring them closer to what we were building out in terms of a platform, to provide them assurance that we were appropriately managing risk in the acceleration of delivery that we were doing, and that they had a firm understanding that everything that we were helping enable the delivery teams to do to deliver value was going in the right direction and meeting the organizational requirements. So what we were seeing really was that there was also some things were getting lost in translation, because from a DevOps perspective, we were saying, well, we're definitely ensuring that our environments are secure. We're putting all the right pieces into place. And the fact that everything's automated, we're delivering it in very small chunks, we're starting to accelerate these pieces. This is in itself ensuring that we're providing more secure delivery, because we've got greater insight into how we're doing things. But what we were seeing was that there was things that were getting lost in translation between the different areas of the organization. So developers, for example, were trying to make sure they're building right things, but their language that they're using was not that the testing teams were using, and testing really was starting to move and become more integrated with the development teams anyway. The operations teams were breaking down that divide between development and operations, but there was still very much different language barriers between them as there was between security. And this is one of the other barriers we're seeing. And with cloud compliance and with architecture, all talking their own languages. And it goes beyond that, even into sales and marketing. Every part of the organization has their own taxonomy, their own language, their own way of referring to things, their own models for looking at the world. And a lot of what we were seeing we were needing to do as we started to automate across these different areas was there was a need to be able to help each of these different areas understand what the concerns were of the other areas, and at least provide visibility into what those models they were using were. And we need some form of creating a common language so that these different areas were comfortable that as we started to automate things, we were doing the right things that were going to help them move forward. So what I did at this point, going back to the conversation around the bank, was I went and I sat down in particular with the compliance group that was closely aligned to the technology area. And I invited them out for coffee, and we sat down and we had a chat about, well, what is it you need? What is it you need to see in our pipelines that will ensure that we are delivering securely, we're properly managing risk, we're properly identifying the things that should be identified, and that if there are controls or regulations that we need to be aware of, that those aren't getting lost as we start to accelerate our delivery in our pipelines. So that brings us to automating governance. So that was a bit around risk and the kinds of things that we were looking at. Now let's talk a little bit about automating the governance of these pipelines. So the first part of this is understanding, is there a risk? Is there something that we need to be concerned about here? So one part of this, and there's some very interesting ways of doing this in microservice architectures now, where if we take a look at this from a domain-driven design perspective, we can look at boundaries and start to auto-classify groupings of microservices and then start to assign risk based on our understanding from a business side what those might look like through different types of metadata. And there's some very interesting ways of solving that. But that takes us from a very technical viewpoint of what is it in my environment, then what is it doing, and how do I understand its risk? But there's many, many other types of risks that I need to be aware of across the organization. From a technology perspective, it can be difficult to keep track of all of these. So I need some way of getting closer to what's happening in the pipeline to determine, is this something I need to be concerned about? So working with the security teams, we laid out some categorization of what would we consider to be a high risk change and what we consider a low risk change and what would be a medium change, largely categorized on usage of PII data within each of those different areas. And for our new standards that were being written, we started to incorporate those into the standards to start to make it more of the vernacular that was being used to communicate out to the delivery teams. This in turn started to drive more collaboration around, well, what is it we can do to start to automate some of these compliance checks into our different pipelines? Where can we go about automating these? What tools can we bring to the table to start to make these visible once we understand what it is that we need to be able to expose? So if we start with a pipeline, and this one's taken from a great IT Revolution white paper that John Willis contributed to, and there's a reference to this later in this slide deck. If we think about how the pipeline works, there's many critical points at which we can start to implement automated governance and implement controls. Starting from the source code repository, the code that's being checked in, the builds, dependency management, packages and artifact management, non-production deploys and into the production deploys. One of the problems that we see is very often in organizations, the security team is only there right at the very, very end. The security team is the stop right before production to say, hey, no, you can't do that. By which point, of course, it's far too late. Really what we want to be able to do is say, okay, have we checked for all of the security compliance at every single one of these stages? So we think, well, okay, we need a way to be able to do that. And when we get to running the pipes that we start to build, we start with this idea that if this is our view of what the different stages along the pipeline are, when we run the pipe, we can start to think about what is the flow of work that we see. So if the different things that we can capture from a governance perspective and we can use as references to be able to say, okay, if we want to ensure that we're doing the right thing and that we're not introducing risk, what areas can we pull information from and how can we ensure that we're doing the right thing? So we start with how is the work defined? Once we understand how that work is defined, we can create it as source code. We can turn all of our creation into source code. We can then use our CI tools to build that out. And this refers to one of those early diagrams with our automated pipelines. We then take both quality tests and build results, which can then be validated and checked for before we build artifacts. And the artifacts then are the pieces that can get deployed into all subsequent environments. We never want to be rebuilding artifacts at later stages. By splitting our CI runs out into two, this also allowed us to ensure that certain organizational tests were always taken care of, that we made sure that we were not missing any tests that the security or compliance teams needed to see happen. And as we started to build these out, what we realized was that the manual checks, we found other ways of solving those, moving code reviews away from being in pull requests and moving them into the delivery teams directly through looking at techniques like mob and pair programming, ensuring that we're properly documenting outcomes, making sure that there was a good, strong understanding within the delivery teams as to making sure that we had proof that the code had been properly managed and reviewed. Code signing was used in some areas around critical projects as well. Once we had different ways of managing certificates, that caused a number of different problems. And then we also realized that we could start to remove later manual steps as well. As we started to look at that end-to-end pipeline, we managed to remove some of the manual steps that were occurring, especially around database deploys, where that was still something of a sticking point within the organization. All of the while we were measuring the end-to-end cycle time and ensuring that we were using that as a metric to help us improve. From auditing the pipeline, we've now had a massive data. From looking at all these different places, we could pull information out. Our first iteration of this used some tools that come out of the Capital One space. We ran into some problems with that as even though it's an open source platform, as the various plugins to things like Urban Code Deploy, which we were using as Urban Code Deploy upgraded, and the plugins didn't upgrade fast enough, and we didn't have the development bandwidth to update the open source code. So we switched from that initial model to one that used logging and Elastic and Elk to basically do visualization of the logs, and that in turn allowed us to start to pull out some very interesting metrics that we were using both to radiate back to the organization our progress and give development teams insight as well as to what was happening within these automated pipelines we were building. Of course, these paved roads are great. I mean, one of the advantages we had as we started to go on this journey and build out these models was we could blueprint them, and we provided them back to the organization as ways of being able to deliver code faster, and we could measure how many of these were starting to be used, which was great. But we also realized that this model wasn't for everybody, that the more advanced users wanted direct access into the APIs we were using behind the scenes so that they could go faster than we could possibly make changes. So the way we started to manage this was that here's the easy button for the 80% of the organization that really wants a path to go forward and start to get better at this and start to learn and get this as a way to start to do that. We then integrated the various control points into that so that we provide a bit of a carrot to come and use it. And then we looked for the other bits of the organization, the more advanced users, we started to provide more direct access so they could start to build out solutions and we could learn from them and incorporate them back into the platform. And taking one of the other advantages of taking that approach was that it allowed us to learn from the users of the pipelines that we were building. It allowed us to also consider that, well, maybe we want to do this a different way. Maybe we want to go in a different direction. We don't want to just say, hey, here's a set of ways of doing things. Here's the pipeline that all of you must use. You must do it this way in order for us to remain secure. That wasn't going to build up the trust that we needed. We didn't have the bandwidth within the teams I was working with to be able to do that. So what we were doing was we were, what I like to say, we were using it like we would use Waze on your phone. Like we were allowing people to take an alternate path. Maybe there's a different place that you want to go. Maybe you want to stop by and see something else, which will give you an opportunity to learn along the way. And as long as you're taking care of the right governance controls and doing the right things, then we can make sure that we're providing you the support and the understanding that you need to be able to move forward. So that's all about automating governance. So one of the principal points here is that it's not about keeping audit off your back. It's about providing, it's not about having a checklist that we make sure has been checked. It's about collaboratively making sure we're baking capabilities into the pipelines that we're delivering. Make sure you start small. Don't try and boil the ocean and do everything all at once. Getting one team working. We started with one pipeline across the organization to do a common use case, and we then iterated from there. We also spent a lot of time on engaging leaders, focusing on conversation and not tooling to make sure that we were accessing the right outcomes, that we were looking at the right things, that we were working towards delivering the value that was actually truly going to help the organization. So with all of that said, then it's about so we've talked about the introduction around DevOps, and we've talked about the types of risk and how risk comes about. We talked about how we could go about automating governance and things that we were doing in particular to automate governance into pipelines. Let's talk about, well, TACO and how that helped with all of this. So I realized, having started to build out some more of these blueprints for pipelines, there were some commonalities in what it was that we needed to deliver from a compliance point of view. Some water. So from a modeling perspective, we started to see that, okay, so as we look at what we need to show from compliance, the first part of this would be traceability. We want to identify what happens in the pipe. For that, we wanted to understand chain of custody, what the test results, deployed version is tracked, how the change is recorded. So making sure that we understood all the way along the pipeline what was necessary to show that, yes, we understood what happened, that nothing has changed, that we're delivering the thing that we said we were going to deliver. We also, we then went on to look at access. How do we secure the delivery process? And for this, we were looking at who has access to the source code, is creator checked. If we're building it once and deploying many, so we're not redoing the source code, there's an opportunity to make changes, that we're properly using hashes to demonstrate that what we're doing, and that any deployments only come from the pipelines. So we were starting to build out a set of models. If you want to be able to push things into production, you need to be able to do all of these things. Validating the payload in the pipeline. So if we wanted to make sure there was a proper peer review, that we had to be able to show that segregation of duties, that we were properly managing that, and that there was evidence of that being collected, which we were doing through a variety of methods in terms of collecting the logs, showing that more than one person had been working on it, and demonstrating that back from an auditing perspective. We were scanning the code, scanning the artifact, bringing integrations into the pipeline, and making sure that when we started to raise defects or problems from that these were then being fed back into the delivery teams, fixing, and then tracking how many of those were being fixed. Recording, execution, monitoring, validating the target, making sure that we're not just deploying blindly, that we understand that the target system is in the state that we expect it to be in, validating the quality of what we're delivering, and make sure the tests have been run, that proper things have happened, checking it works, and then validating that the execution is actually behaving as it was. We also set up a set of auditing ones to validate that even these controls were then properly being implemented on each of the pipelines. And then my daughter drew a lovely picture to help explain this as well, which is the TACO. So traceability, access, compliance, and operations. And the point here was to give it a name like this was that it made a very useful mnemonic. It made it very easy for all of the different teams, remember my Rosetta Stone, to be able to understand what it was we were talking about when we were delivering platform capabilities out to the delivery teams, when we were delivering these pipelines. They could understand that this is what I need to make sure I've taken care of. These are the things I need to know, rather than have to wade through hundreds of lines of documents and hundreds of controls. As long as I've taken care of these in my DevOps pipelines, I know that my pipeline itself is secure. In order to help communicate with compliance teams, we also set this up in a very similar way that they were used to. Our initial version of this was as a spreadsheet, which we then codified into a database. And this was in this format in terms of what is the purpose of this? What is the control we're using for it? What is the artifact that will be used to track it? Where's that stored? What happens in terms of the happy and the sad path if the control is passed or if the control has failed, and who's going to own this? And we documented each of the controls in this manner for each of the purposes, and then provided this as a spreadsheet out to the teams. This also allowed us to very simply visualize it, which is, and visualizations are a great way as well to help lock things into people's minds, to help them visualize, yeah, hey, how much more of this do I have to do to get better? We also set up some workshops. I did this with some subsequent work I did around, if we take that TACO model and we look at how can we help understand and break this down and to systematically look at where do controls exist? What sort of controls can we introduce into our pipeline? Where can we manage these? What might that look like? And then working through this so we can say, okay, so for us to deliver, what controls do we need and how are we going to manage those and where are we going to get the information from and radiate it back? And this allowed us to break this down in terms of what is the input and the output across each of these stages, and how do we have the discussion? So this, as with a lot of these mapping exercises, the value here was that by bringing security and compliance and the delivery team to the table to have this conversation, we had a much more open conversation, very quickly could come to an understanding of, hey, what do we need to do to move forward here? And what things should we have in its place of controls? How have we properly mitigated the risks within the systems we're deploying? If you took a really complicated look at it, we started to build out pipelines that looked like this, which has got many different control points, which is far too complex to go through in a presentation deck like this. So if you think about this in terms of we're going to build, validate, test, and deploy, and we want to understand where those controls are and what happens if the controls fail. And by mapping it out this way, we could very simply say, okay, if I understand what's happening at each phase of delivery, and these are not gates, these are just phases as we start to deliver, I can now understand also what happens, where does it go, who's going to respond to it, how do I know what to do in the event of a failure. An example very similar to this is Capital One also has a list of these are the different things that need to happen along a given pipeline. And I've got a link to an article that talks about each of these and how they're using it. They didn't give it a name like TACO, but they did something very similar as well. Another real world example is from Nationwide Building Society and the BVSSH community that I help run in North America. They had Nationwide come and talk quite recently, and the talks that they gave were great. There was a series of Ignite talks and I think they also gave them in Europe, and it's a great video to watch to see how their organization has started to automate governance into pipelines and how they've automated the delivery to make sure that it's easier for delivery teams to get the information they need in the context they need it to be able to make decisions faster. And also how they then displayed that information to make what they call these intelligent control boards, which give them a lot of insight into how things are occurring in terms of management of risk through the different pipelines. So to kind of wrap this up, there's this idea that it's not really about DevOps or even really DevSecOps. It's really about
say risk dev, risk ops risk. Like risk is part of all throughout the entire system. We need to make sure that we're considering this from the beginning, that we're considering it as we start to deploy things, and we're considering it all the way at the end to make sure that our entire end-to-end system, we're understanding and considering what the risks are and putting the appropriate control piece in place. So now let's wrap up and go through the quick Q&A. So we can't solve the same problems with the same thinking we used to create them. Here are some great references that I'd highly recommend reading. And a lot of the content in this talk comes from these places. And so let's review. What we've gone through is there's a common way of understanding what a good pipeline is, a good, well-governed pipeline. So this is how we can go about creating it using a mnemonic like TACO, or come up with your own mnemonic or expand upon that is a great way of giving a common understanding in the organization across all of these different areas that are all talking different languages as to what is it we need to do to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Safety is about behavior, not just tools. It's this, by having these conversations and talking about these pieces, they don't get swept under the rug, and we don't make assumptions because it's too difficult, and we're rushing, or we're trying to put something through. And we also don't end up slowing things down when we don't need to. There's lots of different ways to help automate software delivery compliance, and hopefully some of the pieces in here has given you some ideas from like the people and process ways, how to start conversations and talk about different ways of managing compliance in the pipelines. And it's all about creating that common language around this, and that's what TACO is for. And so thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the conference. There's a quick survey here if anybody wants to do it. I'm always happy to get feedback, and happy to chat some more about this stuff. Thank you very much.
That's a wrap. Hi, everyone.
Woo. Hello. We have a co-passenger here as well, by the way.
Yeah, look, we've got a few more people join the hosting over here. Welcome, Vandana.
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Thanks. So excited that you're here. And Steve, who do you have co-piloting with you over there?
This is my good Wookiee friend, Salkaza. And yeah, Salkaza, she's, great, helping me work all the scenes and the video and like flying the ship and all the things. So.
Amazing. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed our APJ track. Does anyone have any favorite sessions from the day?
How many can we share?
Well, we had 8 sessions, so less than 8. No, I'm joking. All right. We know they're all amazing, but any highlights?
I think still the policy as code was, or the OPA one is definitely something that I'm going to take back and probably take back to the team as well. So that was my highlight so far. Apart from the other highlight was definitely the bad jokes that we had, which clearly I've seen to have won the round for bad jokes. Especially the shift left joke, I think.
They're definitely coming. My favorite was the tacos, so I'm gonna.
Oh, fair enough. Yes.
Totally having those for dinner tonight. For me, it was definitely the GovTech session. Linda from GovTech Singapore talking about COCD because super important to have solid automation with especially distributed teams.
Agreed. Vandana, any highlights on your end?
I would say I loved all of them, but Taco one was my favorite. And not to forget my friend Priyam, who was giving the talk from India. So I loved her talk as well.
It was an amazing section. Actually, if we're talking about India, obviously we have been talking a lot over the last couple of hours about our awesome chapter program. And it's great to have Vandana here because she's actually our chapter leader for the India chapter. So Vandana, tell us a little bit about why you're excited to be a chapter leader in that region.
Oh, I'm sure we can do a lot in the region. We have so many developers. We have so many security people. We're going to bring them together, get all the talks lined up, get the community building. And I'm so looking forward to it. I have seen the London chapter and other chapters and I feel that I can do so much more along with them. I have learned so much from them, and the content, I am so looking forward to it. Yeah.
Amazing. We can't wait to see. And obviously, anyone listening, if you want to join in on the community, head to DevSecCon.com. If you're not in India but want to start a chapter, same place, and reach out and chat to us. We'd love to help you build a chapter in your area. Ashish, we've also got some awards that we've been talking about.
I know, so I'm going to nominate myself for my own award, but that's not the award you were talking about. Sorry, it's the annual DevSecOps Award. Sorry. So I'm going to let you explain it before I butcher it, though. I think annual DevSecOps.
No, you won't butcher it. But as a reminder, we have DevSecOps Awards coming up, and it's the 3rd annual awards. They are nominated by the community, so please get involved. We want to hear from you, who's doing amazing things in DevSecOps. The categories are individual, team, and community, and that's global. So please, guys, get involved. Jump onto DevSecCon.com, cast your votes. You can also vote for yourself, Ashish. Everyone is allowed to vote for themselves or other humans involved.
Logging off now. I'm just going to go vote for myself.
Ashish will be back in a second.
Yeah.
I also wanted to obviously say a huge thank you to all our sponsors that were involved in this year's event. As we said, the proceeds of this event going straight to charity within the regions, EMEA, APJ, and Americas. And we really couldn't have done it without them. So big shout out to Bridge Crew, Circle CI, CloudBee, CodeFresh, Contrast Security, Iris Risk, Launch Darkly, Sneak, Stackhawk, Sysdig, Teleport, Trend Micro, and We Hack Purple for all the amazing support. They've also got some great giveaways and swag bags happening. So expect emails and announcements from them over the next few days. But a huge thank you to them. And obviously a huge thank you to the team that works behind the scenes. You see our lovely faces all the time. But we have Patrick Dubois sitting at the back there running AV. We've had a load of helpers jumping on the chat and chatting to you. So a huge thank you to them as well. But what's up next? Anyone want to talk about? We aren't over yet, are we? There's still a couple hours to go.
EMEA, and even while we wait for EMEA, I think we have like our Slack channel still active as well. So definitely conversations can continue happening even after that as well. If you are one of those people who don't sleep, Slack is a great place to hang out. Just say.
Yeah, and all our speakers are in Slack, right? So if you didn't manage to catch all the sessions or you missed one, you had a meeting you had to get to, feel free to jump in and still ask those questions even after the event. I am excited to say if anyone was listening to the Americas track and I was pushed on telling you when I would have the YouTube videos live, I'm proud to say that every single video is now live on YouTube, except for obviously the EMEA track because it hasn't happened yet. So if you want to catch up, if you want to watch in our current break, all those videos are there. And share them with friends if you enjoy them, share them with colleagues, and join us on Slack to carry on the conversation.
Awesome.
That's amazing. That's super fast.
I know. Just behind the scenes here, you know. What happens when you don't sleep on 10 cups of coffee?
Yeah.
Actually, on that note, I just want to say a big thank you to you, Sam, because you have been awake now for 2 conferences and soon to be a 3rd. So many hours and like organizing and dealing with browser issues and all sorts of fun things that go with organizing stuff. So I just want to say
no
big thank you to you.
That's what we're here for. Cool. Well, before we sign off, as I said, we've got EMEA starting soon. EMEA will start at 10 a.m. BST, UK time. Don't ask me to convert that into all different time zones because I've done a nightmare of a job of doing it already. But you can check it out on the DevSecCon 24 website. We hope to see you there. We've got some great sessions coming up. We've obviously got the founder of Sneak talking about cloud native application security. We've got some API talks. Our final keynote panel around security modeling and measuring is definitely one to check out. And then we've also got some mobile security coming up a little bit later in the afternoon. So definitely join us. And we hope to see you there.
Awesome. Enjoy the rest of the session. Get some sleep, Sam.
Don't forget to join the Slack. We're all in there.
Yes.
See you in Slack, guys.
See